Turning on. We're going.
Next call meeting of the Berlin Township Trustees to order for the July 8th meeting. Please rise and join in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee Board.
Here.
Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Graham.
Here.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is public comment. Public comment should be directed to me and limited to 3 minutes for our normal resolution. You got it?
I do. Susan?
Please identify yourself and so that we got it for the record and speak loud because we're recording.
Okay, very good. Susan Rowe from Denver Public Health District. And I wanted to just come up and distribute some flyers.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
Yes. And so the biggest thing is we have this new mobile clinic. And what this flyer discusses, it shows the days and times and the locations of where we're going to be bringing our mobile clinic bus. And it includes doing things like vaccinations, doing our cribs for kids, even WIC, women, infants, and children. We can do screenings and assessments and certify people by traveling around the area. And so as you know, recently Sunbury closed that office. And so if you notice, there's a few dates that will be in the Sunbury Town Square. So still trying to reach different people in a different way. And that's pretty much it. Any questions for me?
Yes.
Yes.
So, are like flu shots and COVID shots and things like that available at this as well? Do they need to make an appointment?
Absolutely. I would probably, I do not know that information. I have ventured to guess. If
There's
you
been
do,
no appointment required on this.
thank you. No appointment required. What I would say is probably, only going to continue. And so where it says delmarhealth.org/immunizations, that'll tell you most likely the specifics of, making sure that there's COVID vaccine, if that's what it is that you are intending to go get, just to make sure that that's available and it's going to be there.
That's all I have.
I don't have any questions about this. Got a couple of other questions. Mosquitoes. Are we having many mosquitoes this year?
You know what? I don't know if our numbers have come out quite yet, but I am glad that you asked, and I absolutely know that they'll have those numbers. So when I come back next month, I'll be happy to report back, or I'll even email Trustee Braille information if I know it, if we know anything.
I just haven't noticed as many mosquitoes as usual, whether that was just me or.
Absolutely, I noticed that too. So that's a fantastic question, and yes, I'll follow up an email and I'll come back next month and share. Okay, yeah.
Anything else? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, we will move forward. Approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve and adopt the meeting minutes from the May 13th meeting, regular trustee meetings, the May 20th special meeting, May 28th special regular meeting, the June 7th special meeting, the June 10th regular meeting, the June 24th special meeting, and dispense with the readings at this time.
Second.
For point of discussion, we had discussed the potential of adding, when we pass a resolution, the information that's included in that resolution at the end of the meeting minutes or in the middle of the meeting minutes when the resolution is passed and there's an attachment. We've been doing the last few months with having the resolution and then embedded in the meeting minutes right after the resolution, having that document there. It doesn't make for a very clean meeting minutes. It's fine either way, but what we could also add, say, see amendment, see addendum A at the end, and have the clean meeting minutes with the attachments at the end of the meeting minutes as well. And I think that does look cleaner for the meeting minutes, because if you notice, like on some of them, like for example, the Evans Farms, because they spoke during the public comments section, it has Evans Farm presented, and then the whole page is missing because then it starts into the documents that they provided, the pictures, so in my opinion, it looks a little bit sloppier, but it does flow. But it can be very confusing to readers who aren't understanding the flow of the meeting itself.
So one possible way is just add something that says something like, this section intentionally left blank.
It could be, but usually that would be like a page, like this page is intentionally left
Yeah,
blank,
but if
you're
it's
talking
not on
about,
the page, I'm just trying to find a way to,
yeah.
because I like it in the order that it comes, but I understand the issue.
We can continue like this.
I mean, I'm not adding,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you my preference.
Yeah. I don't think it looks as clean, but we can continue like this for a little bit longer. I think it used to also be that it was added at the end. I know a few other townships that add it at the end, and it seems like that when you're reading it, it makes it flow cleaner if you are a resident reading the meeting minutes, because you can follow it and you don't get lost in a 30-page attachment in the middle of the meeting going down.
I understand the issue.
What do you think?
I don't have a problem with 30-page attachment.
Well, at the end or in the middle, that's the question. Because right now it's being added to the middle per what we had indicated we wanted. But it doesn't look as clean being in the middle versus being added at the end. Do you agree with that, or is that?
No, it's not something I disagree with.
So why do you prefer it to be right after the
Because-
resolution?
Because when I go through the minutes, I don't think, okay, so when you're looking research, you're looking for something up. I don't go to the end of the minutes to say, oh, there's more to this subject. I just look at the section and then when it's done, it's done. That's why.
Do people read it like a book, or do they go in one spot, read it, yeah?
Because when I'm reading it to approve, I read the whole thing. But when I'm looking for a subject matter, I just look for the subject, and there you are. And that's, to me, what the real meaning of the minutes is. When I look at it 3 years later, what was going on?
Mhm.
And I don't want to miss something because it's at the end. That's my thought. The other way of solving that is attachments at the end of the minutes stated in there, but that's okay.
And that's what I was thinking would make it cleaner as far as the flow.
I mean, if that were added, then I would consider it, but to just put it at the end without.
No, it would definitely say it's the attachments at the end, or having an addendum, addendum A, addendum B, addendum C, if there were multiple things. with attachments.
Or even if it's just reference material at the end,
Mhm.
because it may not be addendums, they're just attachments.
Mhm. Yeah, right, reference material. But you would want to identify them as distinct material, like per subject. Okay,
So I could consider that.
okay, well, let's bracket the
Okay,
discussion
As long as we got clearly identified that there's more information.
that you can read. Because when I was reading as a resident, I wanted to see the summary of the agenda of what was planned versus what was discussed, go through it. And if I wanted to dive deeper in,
You wanted to follow our agenda?
well, I ended up just going to the meeting minutes, and then I would follow it, and then if I wanted to dive deeper into what the actual documentation reference information was, I would go to the end. That's the way that it it used to be done. And I thought that that was nice because then I would get the high level summary. Basically, you would go through and you would have the high level summary of each topic. And if you wanted to dive deeper into something specific at the end, you could. But that way you can get the higher level summary kind of in the flow.
I understand.
Well, we don't have to make any changes right now, but I just wanted to bring it up as a subject matter for discussion.
And I would leave it up to the fiscal officer to make the decision which way to do it.
I'd be happy to accommodate either.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it would just be a matter of what we would decide as far as flow for the residents, what we think would be a better experience for the residents. But overall, the meeting minutes for these reviewed, and the drafts look good to me. So that's all for discussion.
Okay. And with any other discussion? With that, there's a motion on the floor to approve minutes for May 13th, 20th, 28th, and June 7th, June 10th, and June 24th without reading. Please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Brad.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Next item is discuss, consider, and take action regarding damage to township hall resulting from March 14th severe weather event. There's two things that we need to make on that. One has to do with the roof covering that got put on, and the second thing is still the sign.
Okay, so let's start with the second. So I'm a little frustrated. I'm still going back and forth. I'm telling the gentleman what the prosecutor is requesting. What is it you're actually going to do? Not just put up siding. What, the entire building? I mean, we need some parameters.
Mhm.
So today I got not today. Recently I got my fill of this going back and forth. So I contacted someone else, not known to be particularly cheap, but is known to do quality work. And so I had him look at the building.
Mhm.
So the good news and bad news is he responded quickly. Well, he's known for doing good work, and so he said, well, you might want to consider this, you might want to consider that. This would be covered by insurance, this would not be covered by insurance. And so you really have to make some decisions. So I said, well, I don't want to start this whole thing all over again. Well, we need some numbers and some identification of what it is that you're talking about so that we can make decisions. We can't make decisions. I mean, he got my math. And he said, fine. So he said he'll get some things to me by Wednesday. So, but to tell you, so for instance, the building is 50, 60, 72. And it's like 52 years old. So there's some issues, and there's also some things that were done. I mean, the township was not the township as it is today when it was built. And so some of the windows are,
The seals broke. Yeah.
and there's some wrapping that
Yeah.
he's not gonna go into the seals, but there's some things that he recommended. He said, if you're gonna spend money for this, I'd recommend you do that. But it was a little bit, if you give a mouse a cookie,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and he understood that, but I gave him a bottom line. I said to the board, maybe I could represent this a little too much. I would not vote for anything over $75,000 because it has to go to bid and we have to pay prevailing wages. So if it's over $75,000, I'm not interested. I said that includes insurance because, some people want to deduct the insurance, so you're only paying this much. No, it includes insurance if it goes over 75,000. Now, I also talked about the, what used to be the fire doors, and there's some things around that, and we are aware of that. And he said, if you want it to look, it depends on how you want it to look, he said, and that wasn't a recommendation, it just said, you have to make a decision. And I said, well, give us a price. So I actually felt much more comfortable, because after I told the gentleman that I've been working with that the prosecutor wants to know exactly what it is you're doing, he gave me a text, well, what is it you want to know? And it's like, what it is you're going to do. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, my understanding on the roofing is that the insurance won't pay until, or is that really the roof, or is that the adjuster?
That's the cover that was put on the roof to keep the water from leaking in before the roof was replaced.
Oh, yes.
That was a red tail.
What this is I got
I
a,
remember this.
Oh, the first guy, the very first guy.
Very first.
Yeah.
That was the
I got,
emergency repairs that were done just to keep it dry.
I think it's a little excessive, but I don't know how we can pay it, quite frankly.
last week I got copied on this email where the contractor was emailing the insurance adjuster, Mr. Clint C., and said, I haven't paid on this, so you gonna pay me? And Mr. C said, I think you get payment from the township, and I said, I don't know that I have an invoice, send me an invoice. And he emailed, the contractor emailed me that. So that's where that came from.
Well, I mean, it did keep the place from getting deteriorating, and we had to have it because it was an emergency.
Yeah, we had to have it, but it came off very easily.
I was not, well, obviously, we didn't go with them because of
Yeah.
that. I mean, I was really displeased with the service. I would not, because he's asking us, oh, do you want us to do siding? Yeah, I don't think so.
It didn't even last 48 hours before it was blowing off.
You're in a much better mood than I was.
Do you want?
And he's gonna charge that much for it? I mean, fine, yeah, he did the job. He did it during an emergency, but the quality was uninspiring.
It was not of duration of what I anticipated. I'll say that. Now, I will say, it was very windy. It was extremely windy. So I understand some things that he may not have anticipated that. But at this price, I would have anticipated it lasting a lot longer. But I think we have to pay it.
Yeah, I agree.
So I move to approve appropriation of $2,750 to Nitro Roofing and Construction.
Second.
For discussion, do you want to contact the insurance adjuster on that?
Well, my understanding is that they weren't all at the same time.
Okay.
So they're waiting on because we have, Jeff, we've not gotten paid for the roof, right?
Correct.
So we've gotten nothing yet, and so we're waiting for it.
So that should be included with the bill. So, and we need to pay it because we're gonna pay it no matter what.
That's
So
right.
either we're gonna get money from the insurance adjuster, we're gonna take general fund money and pay for it. Okay. Any other discussion? Call the roll, please.
Fred,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
I'll put reluctantly on all.
Thank you.
Got it, thanks.
Okay, anything else? Do we need to do anything on the siding or any of that? Or we just need to wait for?
I'm nowhere near the 75K number.
Well, it depends on how much of this extra stuff you want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is being done, so I can't assess it, but
That's right. And I
I'm also not-
he did not give me, so he actually gave me no number. I just told him if it's over $75,000, I'm not interested.
yeah,
And no matter what it is.
I'm at like half of that right now for siding.
Well, the other one, the gentleman that hasn't given us exactly what it is 50,000 plus.
For all siding? For the whole, wrap all around?
Yes, but, well, he hasn't said.
Yeah, right, yes, so what it is.
That is my assumption, but until he actually says it.
Yeah. Yeah, all good there.
Now, so you wanna look at the, I mean, not now, obviously,
Mhm.
during the meeting, but look at the songs and things like that to see, well, maybe look at what he sent us and then look at it and see, because we can do just the siding and,
I want simple, clean, I don't, quality, but really just simple and clean.
well, what I want is good too.
I mean, most of the siding that's done is pretty durable these days. It's the process of the installation that makes the difference, so I definitely don't want to go with somebody whose work is not, known to anybody else,
Well, both of them actually have good.
Yeah, they do.
Um,
Well, I don't know about the other one that you reached out to, but I know that Great Roofing has good reviews.
Yeah. And that's why I think what they're indicating they will actually do.
Yeah,
And if they don't actually put it in writing, it's not going to look good.
that's the problem, yeah. And that's been the challenge from the get-go, right?
And I have a feeling that they don't normally do this, and so they don't really have the skill of detailing what it is they're going to do
Yeah.
in writing.
Okay, so keep this on the agenda next 2 weeks from now.
Yes, please.
Okay. Anything else on that?
No, sir.
We got 10 minutes. Fire department, levy. Go.
Okay, so prosecutor's office has reviewed what he sent us and indicated that it would be better if we made a couple of revisions. Now, there is a caveat in that the Secretary of State has given conflicting information as to how to actually do this. In one of their, the assistant prosecutor reached out to the county board of elections. In some of their notices, they've been told to put .00. In some of, for dollars. And for some of them, they've been told not to put the .00. So I think we did .00. But if it comes back in 2 weeks and they say, take off those .00, don't be surprised.
Noted.
I had no idea that was an issue. I put in the .00.
Yeah. Yes. So, we've done this multiple times, and it's been submitted for the board to, review. And I recommend that we approve, resolution to proceed with submissions of the question of levying a renewal of an existing tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation to provide for the fire protection, RC 5705.03, 5705.9I, 5705.191, and 5705.25. So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So,
Do
Jeff,
we
do
need
you?
to sign something?
Yeah, let's sign one of them. The back page, I will fill in, the rest of the pages with typing and do the signature page in the back.
I've got the one in the envelope, so let's sign.
I've just got to fill in the,
I've got this one here.
got to fill in that this can be resolution 03 on all of them. You see the line. Each page. 24-0703. On the front page, we gotta have O'Brien that's moving, and on page 6, Rail second.
yeah, signatures in it, if he wants to sign that. Additions,
Okay, I gotta do this too.
yeah. Do you want two signed copies or just one?
Just the one, I think.
Okay.
I'll actually. Stamp.
Is that an envelope for something else?
Yeah.
It's the deed. This probably goes in with the deed here.
Okay. And that takes care of the fire levy renewal. Next is personnel issues, possible executive session. You want to do that now, or do you want?
I think we have a time certain at 6:30 for that.
Okay. Requisitions?
So we do have a requisition, that was provided to the board, a requisition, 2024-20, for the purchase of, CPR, 2024 CPR or the Dutch.
2024-20 for requisition of CPR training and maintenance.
Okay, so that's for the manuals. So that's,
That should be the only requisition.
I'm sorry.
That should be it. That should be everything.
So that is, for an amount of $4,805.38, with an estimate, with a, likely, cost of $4,004.48. I move to approve, and that is to Amazon.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Brian.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Then that takes us to, I don't have the dummies on here.
Excuse me?
I don't have the dummies, the CPR dummies on this list. Do you have that requisition?
Yes.
If you want to go ahead and talk about it.
You don't have.
Not on here. But this doesn't have the dummies.
Yeah, it does. They are listed here. That's the CPR trainers, the called CPR trainers.
Okay, so that's included in this. I thought that was an addition.
Nope, that's.
I do know that.
Well, they can wait to call on that.
Wonder why. So that's all the requisitions for today.
So that's requisitions, Secretary. This should be a quick review, fire truck delivery.
Eagerly anticipating an update on this.
All right, so, one member of the truck committee and myself, met with our dealer, Andy Herb, at the Sutton facility in Urbana. We had a productive conversation on the new apparatus. He assured us that it wasn't putting us behind another department. After reviewing their orders, they were anticipating only having about 250 orders that year. They actually had 350 and then 450 the following year. But their historical data, they weren't anticipating that many trucks because of COVID and everybody doing the purchasing. So basically, that's why the delay in the delivery. By ordering when we did save the township about $200,000 to $300,000 because that truck that we ordered priced today would be about $1.2 to $1.3 million. And we got it around the $900,000 mark.
And they're not going to upcharge for their delay?
There won't be any surcharging as of this moment for any delay. Now, one thing that we did discuss was the availability of the engine that was spec'd into that truck and what it's going to look like moving forward with the new EPA regulations on diesel engines. that are coming out. With the delay, that may cause a surcharge, but they're not sure on that yet. That has to come down from the EPA to Cummins, and then from Cummins to Suffolk, so they're not even sure what that may cause.
Yeah, I want the engine that we were spec because not only is it more expensive, it's less efficient.
Well, so depending on what the availability is of that engine moving forward, and what time frame they're able to get that engine in. So 9-liter engine is not something we expect is going away. They're going to a new Cummins 10-liter engine. And then they're keeping with the 15-liter. So depending on what they're considering when they're gonna get that in from Cummins and the new EPA regulations, it'll determine what we're.
Well, it seems to me like they should be able to order it and have it in stock, even though they can't build it.
I think there's such a backlog right now that even if it's ordered, but depending on when the EPA releases that new guideline, it's gonna really depend on when it's being built, if they're gonna be able to follow the old guideline back to do that.
I'm not okay with it.
And I won't know any of that information until they're able to tell me that. We're looking at another 2 years out.
Well, ask them how we can make it so that we get the engine that we asked for.
Now, the engine, we're talking about the actual power plant on the truck. And then,
Because I don't want this new,
right,
not only for the cost, but because it's not what we ordered.
right. So yeah, that was a hot topic of discussion while we were down there. We made a few changes to the truck, nothing extravagant.
Like what?
We took out the light tower on the truck.
Why?
It's just not needed. We took out an inverter that someone agreed that was not needed. We'd rather
So
use
did
the
you bring it
C-lights
up
out.
at the table?
We brought it up. We'd rather use the C-lights that are built into the body of the truck. And then when we order new equipment for the truck, we'll get portable C-lights that run on the battery power for that. There's a little bit of a cost savings to do that. Actually, we ended up putting about $7,000 of cost savings back into the equipment allowance for the truck by doing some changes to it.
So does that have to be board approved?
The changes?
Yeah.
I would not think so, the cost savings, we're not spending any money.
Change.
It was a change order, yeah, for the truck.
I think that would have to be board approved.
I can bring in the paperwork if you want. It's about 120 pages.
So ask Tony, because he's the one who would know who has authority to do a change order.
I wasn't sure that you guys had the entire spec in the resolution that'd be approved.
But he had it, didn't you? It's a Tony question, it's not something I know. Because I know the county engineer gets the approval from the Board of Commissioners to do change orders, which I didn't know for many years.
Typically, if you're spending money, you get approved. And then I did talk to Andy about possibly purchasing a second piece of apparatus around that same price point to see if we can make that up since they're delaying it. What are they gonna do for us? He said that's definitely a real possibility if we need to look at that.
Okay, so can you explain what that means?
So that would be purchasing a second engine for the replacement of the other 92 or 91, depending on which one you want to look at. To go 93 will stay indefinitely into the near future. However, we have two that are up for replacement, 92 and 91. 91 was the small engine, and 92 is the older, larger engine, Tandem Max. 93 is what we're currently using as our front out, and that's going to be the one to back up when we get the new engine. However, the other two are in there and still need replacement.
So this is two fire chiefs before talking about just doing a one for two. So that, I'm not opposed to it, but it's a discussion we have, because we haven't had that discussion
Mhm.
We have to really look at because really where that discussion for me will go is where are we on a ladder? Because I'm not going to want two dealers and a ladder.
That's gonna be
When
the
I say
discussion.
a ladder, I mean an aerial.
Right, this stuff is not something that no decision can be made or anything. I just posed the question to him if they have availability of any stock units that they're building, down the road, next year or the year after that we could take delivery of if the board decided to go that route with the growth of the township and everything. Obviously, we wouldn't do that if we're purchasing air. So it really depends on what the township and the fire department want to do moving forward. If they want to go with an aerial device or not, and if not, then this would be the other option.
And why we really have to have that discussion is because I really want an aerial if we have tall buildings, but if we don't have a tall building, I really do not, because what's the purpose? But, and it's the catch-22, because you have to do it so many years in advance, it's ridiculous. So,
Well, we did not change the height, for the Article 19, which means that we still have a proposed height that is 65 feet in a huge swath of the northern portion of our township. And there was a extender for the HVAC and those kinds of units to go on top to make it potentially go, I think, to 72 feet.
I didn't know it was quite that high, but
Yeah.
yes. So you get my point.
Yeah.
But if it's not built, I don't want it.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to imagine that area not being developed with that maximum height in view, because that's one of the appeals of the area.
You think the developers actually going to use everything you can, not ask for more?
Humanly possible and more. We already received feedback that we should go higher than 65 feet. If you may recall, economic development said they compared it to the Kroger facility and said
Now, are you
that,
talking about that huge?
Yeah. the Kroger facility, what they said is that, and for a lot of different companies, instead of building long, they're building tall, and then they have machines that go up and grab the different supplies that high up now. And that's the way Kroger's distribution runs, and that it puts us at a disadvantage to have the heights so low. But I think the height's
Well,
too much. I mean, I would be happy to go down.
I was thinking you were trying to get me going up.
No.
But I'm not talking about the industrial section, I'm talking about the commercial section. But on the commercial section, I don't see going taller than.
No, I think we had it lower at the commercial section though. I think it's 55.
I just want to be able to talk about it.
Yeah. But to your point, if we decided that we didn't want to do an aerial, then we do need to revisit the height requirement, and we need to bring that height requirement down to high view.
Understood. But if it's industrial, I'm not part of that conversation.
Yeah, but if that would be for both. If we wanted to bring it lower than 55, I think I would use this.
The other one I thought was,
With max.
but when you talk about the air conditioning units and things like that, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And it stays in the township. Because if it doesn't stay in the township.
well, see, that's what I'm really worried about, is if they
Yeah.
build it, but then they annex, because they're, the 36, 37, we zoned it what they asked for, and then they annexed anyway.
Mhm.
So that's, I guess, really.
That's what I'm getting at.
I agree.
And just for a topic of discussion, just keep in mind that almost every department that borders us also has an aerial, and we can use that at our disposal if we need be. So, and they're all on a mutual aid agreement, so that's not an issue at all.
That's a good note, thank you.
Okay, anything else? On the fire truck, I didn't think it was gonna take that long. Okay, it's time for a time certain.
The gentleman's not here, although I thought he was actually going to call. I called and confirmed today. And did Adam talk to you today?
He did not.
He just got back from vacation, so I actually talked with him. I don't know if it's a partner, but, and he said he would make sure. And he was aware of us, so. Or his.
My last indication with them was the report would not be ready for.
No, that's accurate, but he wanted to talk to us before he goes. So, after we finish this fire, if maybe you could give him a call and see, do you have that number? I can get it, because.
Well, you're talking about his personal number? I have his. I don't have his.
And maybe what I have too, ends in 02. Maybe just give him a call and see if.
So what do you want to do?
Go through the rest of the fire,
So the rest of the fireworks?
and then, if she could sit up and give her a call.
Okay, touch truck,
If you want me to speak on this? Okay, touch truck scheduled for July 27th from the high school, from 9 a.m. to noon. Lieutenant Craig Hall is the department's contact person and liaison. He is coordinating with Delaware County EMS for the event. We have ordered and procured the appropriate supplies for the event, and we'll have the duty crew attend at engine 390. So that's that date for that.
And what time is that begin?
9 a.m.
If maybe the, Kathy could post, if it isn't very close to.
The
I can forward that to you.
fire department did post online, and there is a reminder that will be going out in the newsletter that will go out this week for it.
okay. The one thing I'd like to take a look at is the touch a truck. It's something that was relatively new over the last 4 or 5 years. And I think it's had an effect on our open house in October, near Halloween. Can you look and see if it makes sense to still do the open house?
Yeah,
I think that's a discussion we ought to have.
I've never attended the open house, so I don't really have any background, but I can pose that question.
I think it's a good question to ask. If we did go that route, I would like to have the commitment from the board, though, to attend the touch truck event and maybe do something comparable at the touch truck event then. If that makes sense.
Makes sense, but I would not want to cancel it this year.
Oh, no, I think that we need to do it this year, but maybe we can revisit that at the organizational meeting, and then we can merge those two events, so that that's kind of the one time that the board is showing, because what I like about the event is I like that it shows support for our firefighters and specifically their commitment to the community, and it invites the community to come to see and know their township. So as long as we can maintain that sentiment at the touch truck event.
So, and if the touch truck really is sponsored by us, so that people know it is us.
Yeah. It's a
located at the
very
school, but it's
big
a
event.
township.
Yeah, it's a very big event compared to our open house, and it has a very different vibe than our open house does, because it's more, historically, in the last couple of years that I've been there, it feels very much more of a county event than it does a.
But the county comes to all the other township events. So I'm just saying, I like that vibe, but I want it to be known that we are the ones that are
Hosting, sponsoring, and I think if we were to merge those two events into the one, then we could preserve that in some way. And that would be our job as a board to talk through what that would look like for us, being at that event and active at that event in some way.
Precisely.
I'm not saying that we should fly in on a helicopter, but
Yeah, I'd rather not.
but that is what the chief has done before. Maybe the chair of the given year gets to ride on the helicopter, but I will abscond from that myself.
Okay. So there's nothing we need to do. Okay.
Yeah, it's already been taken care of. I mean, we have done some things, but
Thanks to Fire for their great work on ensuring that that event's going to be a success, as it has been every
Okay, Delaware County EMS UTV agreement.
I've seen that agreement, and I think I don't know if the board has the rest of the board.
It was sent, I believe to everybody, I thought, last meeting with my notes.
So with that, I think it is a good thing because, yes, we have to store it and it does take space, but the thing is, we can use it. And, you know, when an emergency happens and we're not paying for the equipment, it's exactly why the EMS is there. And so we'd like to add to that.
And I did forward that to county prosecutor's office to overlook it as well. So they currently have that agreement and they're overlooking it. I have not heard back from them yet.
So I would recommend us approving that.
Okay, and
Assuming this prosecutor approves the form.
getting the equipment is good. Don't get me wrong, but we need to get our people trained on that equipment so that they know how to use it, how to respond, and how to do that. You would think we can't assume that everybody knows how to operate it and how to get it where they need to do, and have it be effective in the long run. So that's something that we need to develop a program to make sure that people can use it. And let me ask with that. UTV be mounted on a trailer, would it be towed, and who would tow it?
Currently, the agreement is written so that we would tow it. So that way it does not take away from the immediate response or having an EMS captain who knows where they're at in the county at that given time. To have to come to our station and get it, we would just tow it for them, just no different than what we would tow the boat or anything else.
What I'm trying to get at is that I don't see an ambulance going down the road with a UTV attached to the back of it. Maybe that's what we're talking about, but or is it gonna be a rural township?
It'll be a rural township truck.
Okay, taking it where it needs to go.
Correct.
So we have a truck that will pull, right?
We have multiple trucks, including the new one we just purchased.
There's gotta be some operating procedures, parameters about which truck, I mean, what do you tie to the truck? You have the sitting there with the boat on it, you have it sitting there with the UTV on it, or do you just have it close and turn over? I'm not asking for an answer, what I'm saying is that those are decisions that need to be made, need to be in place before we really get this whole thing going. And I'm not against doing it, I'm not saying that at all. I just want to make sure that we've got clean guidelines as to what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and what we're doing.
Yep.
Okay. Am I making sense?
And then if you want to just briefly talk about the chairs.
Yeah, so, we're in need of new chairs for the training room, the ones that are in there original on the station. They're starting to break down, a lot of stains and everything. So we're currently just sampling some chairs, and seeing which ones we like, and then, in the future, maybe next meeting or committee, we'll have a requisition for the purchase of approximately 30 new chairs for the training. But as of right now, we're just kind of sampling and seeing which ones are gonna hold up and everything, and see, that we're gonna be buying a quality chair for that.
So if you get it down to like a couple, maybe, because it seems like we talk a lot about, well, I have talked a lot about chairs.
A lot.
And so it might be good, to let the board see them before we buy them. If you get like the top two.
It's fine. We just started this project, so it's.
Because the other thing is thinking through, I don't even know if I'm this can of worms. Just think through the material, the cloth, sometimes the most comfortable chair is the most practical chair because you have different shapes and sizes of people and how long are they gonna be sitting in them and all of those types of things. There's a whole chair philosophy we're really engaged with, so.
I'm a fan of the mesh back chairs because they don't stain, they're black,
Yes.
They allow air movement, so that's what I
That's a
prefer.
good thing to go down. Yeah.
That's what we're currently looking at.
And we should be able to state what the objective is of replacing the chairs. Are we looking to replace the chairs? Are we replacing field chairs? Are we putting in better chairs? Are we putting in more uncomfortable chairs to keep people awake? I mean, I'd really like to understand what we're trying to do. And is it, to expand the number of chairs? And sounds like I'm nitpicking, but I really would like to know
Well-
what we're doing with the chairs and the money we're gonna spend for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's not so much you being nitpicky, it's just making certain that when we spend taxpayer dollars, that there's a specific purpose for why, and that people can see that reflected in the meeting minutes. We're not just willy-nilly buying chairs, but we have good reason and intention behind why we're doing what we're doing.
And that this board stands behind.
Yeah, behind that process, yeah.
It's not trying to be difficult. It's
No, we've gone down the chair path before, so I think that's exactly where we would go. Because, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
As you can see, I compromised for these chairs because I wanted the largest possible chairs
No,
to fit most people.
I actually, because the ones I wanted were, you said were for large. Were comfortable for large. And then I said, no, we don't need that.
Yeah, this is the size down from it, but.
If we had gotten larger, I would not be able to sit in it. I think the thing.
Yes, if you can believe it, this was the downsized version of the initial chair we picked out.
I don't remember BBL.
Okay,
Okay,
so if you don't mind giving.
I'll step out, I'll let you know.
okay, back to our time certain then.
So he's stepping out on that, so we've got a few minutes before 6:30, I didn't know if you wanted to deal with town engineers.
Yeah, for her benefit, that would be fine. She's fine.
Want me to keep going on the roads department? We can do that.
We're talking about having her,
Okay,
if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with that. Are you?
Sure.
Okay.
Tiffany Jenkins with Delaware County Engineer's Office. I'm here to talk about the Morpsey application that we're proposing to do with a bunch of different jurisdictions, and I have about 9 different projects right now on that. And I wanted to know if you guys want to be involved. I know you talked to Mr. Riedel about it and have more that you want to do with the road that we propose for this township. And I guess I need to hear what that is, to answer any questions you might have. Do you want to be part of the screening application? I can expand on any of it, but I didn't know if you had questions for me before I talk.
You?
So this is from Cheshire Road to Plymouth.
Yes.
So the problem with that road, as you probably know, is it's on swamp. So to widen it is going to be expensive. So what exactly is entailed in this project?
Well, what we had proposed initially was just a resurfacing. So it was a 1.5 inch mill and fill, I believe. Yeah, so we're talking about South 3 B's and K between Plumber and Cheshire. We were just looking, just an overlay, no milling. We were just looking to do an 1.5 inch overlay, existing width, nothing more. My understanding from Doug's discussions with some part of the board that you were interested in doing more than that, doing a widening, like a minor widening, to make them, I'm gonna say 11 or 12 foot lanes. I think they're 10 foot lanes now with really no shoulder and the ditch. So my understanding is that the township was interested in making them 11 or 12 foot lanes with a paved shoulder and then doing a ditch setback, which is much more expensive than what we were planning to do, but is probably needed on that road eventually, but it's up to you guys what you want.
So can I ask how the county decided on that section of that road for our participation, not something else?
With the Morpsey attributable funds, you have to, it's federal funding, that Morpsey oversees, and then the committee, basically Morpsey gets the applications, and then the committee reviews them all and decides, who gets the funding. To get that funding, you have to be qualified. The roads have to be specific classifications. And so we basically went through the county and looked at what roads were applicable for, or eligible for the program. And then kind of picked which ones we thought might be in need of assistance on their resurfacing. Because so with the other part with the MORPC funding is that there's different categories that they fund. We're just looking at system preservation, which is really just repaving, not really changing anything with capacity, not changing anything about how the road operates.
So consistently, that's how each of the townships is being done. Are there cities involved or municipalities?
Yes, we have, Galena said they would like to be involved, Sunbury and Powell, and, City of Delaware, although I will say that the two projects that we proposed for the City of Delaware, they didn't want to do either one of those, and they've given me a new one. So, I mean, if there's a different road.
Well, the road that I'm consistently worried about is Sherman, but I don't know that it fits in this category either.
It would not.
Because I think ODOT needs to do something with Sherman Road when they dump all their traffic off of 71 on the Sherman Road. So I'm not happy about Sherman Road. And
Understandable.
what is going to happen to it.
What about, I'm concerned about the Shanahan Road. Is
Yeah,
that
they're-
being fully addressed, or is there anything related to that?
I just received the stage 1 plans for Shanahan.
Okay, because
We
we were
probably
supposed to
done.
sign an addendum for the trail portion potentially, and I haven't even heard any follow-up that there would be an addendum.
I've been told there will be an addendum for the trail, but we can't addendum what we don't know. I've just started getting the engineering, so I don't know what the parameters of that improvement are. So I didn't think it was fair to do an addendum with no dollar amounts and no plan.
Because it wouldn't get approved, would it?
Yeah, exactly, so,
We did that in the first place without that stuff, kind of.
but we have a good enough explanation and, estimate on that, and the county's paying the overage, you guys were given a flat fee.
Yeah. That's what we were looking for, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't have an estimate, I don't have an estimate that's good enough to do a flat fee for the townships at this point.
Well, if you could get to a flat fee, that would give us something to be able to at least move forward on, because I still have to convince these guys, so
Okay.
And she might,
and I've been soft lobbing it for a while, so
and she's gotten
close,
maybe,
maybe.
which is a lot better than.
And no.
Yeah, and
I
actually,
got that.
I think,
But that wouldn't go for what she's talking about.
no,
No, that's
So-
separate.
So,
So,
are there any
yeah.
other roads that was considered that was rejected that we might want to think of that would fit the parameters of the MORPC monies?
Not in this township, I don't know.
So who said that there was interest, appetite from the board to extend the road? Was that, did any of you guys, did you have that conversation with Doug to extend?
Because quite frankly, I was opposed to it because it's small plant, and that would be millions of dollars to widen just.
And you didn't have a conversation with Doug about that?
We've talked about it a little bit, but what this project is just new blacktop on top of what's there.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Currently.
proposing,
Currently.
yes.
Yeah.
So if it's,
And I need,
are there any strings attached to it?
you will have to provide some funding, yes.
5%.
Yeah, but that's, no, I'm talking about real strings.
Strings, I mean.
MORPC, because MORPC, you know,
Yes,
do
there's
you
not-
have to change our zoning, or do you have to change?
No zoning. This is really just a repaving. And honestly, what we're doing first is a screening application, just to see if the MORPC even buys into what we're proposing.
Okay, so my,
So it's literally just lobbing it out there. This is what we're proposing to do. How do you feel about it before I go into full depth?
So my,
detailed
And I
application.
appreciate you doing that.
And that happens in
Yes.
October. That's due in October. So the screening is due next Friday.
so my recommendation is that we approve it because it's improving the road at a minimal cost, not cheap cost, but minimal cost to us for what we're getting. We don't have any strings attached to it. There are other projects that, and that's why one reason I have problems with Morpsey is they don't do what we really need, but it is something that would be beneficial to the township because that will have to be repaved in the near future. I don't know about next year, but
Understand. And the complaints that the bus drivers have is the road is too narrow and bears tension when the bus is passed because of the width of the road. They can't get off in the ditch
Okay.
and that's the reason for it needing to be wide on the south end. Now, the north, I mean, I'm talking about Plum to Cheshire on the south end of that
And that's
section.
that's what we're talking about.
The swampy section, whatever you want to call it down there. Of course, it's got a lot of water and a lot of issues around that. But that part right there is very narrow, and we don't have more right of way than what we're using.
so.
We're using all the right of way.
And I will tell you, I was very clear with the superintendent of Tangi when they were considering that. And I said, we are not widening that road.
Mhm.
So when you're wanting to not only build a school, but a bus garage there, you might want to think this through. They thought it through and built it.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
I was concerned, Tiffany, about the statement that was made at the end of your email, because it said, more to see on the screening application, we can determine if the final application should be submitted for consideration on October 2nd. There will be additional forms and legislation
Yes.
from your jurisdiction that are required to be included in the final
Yes.
application. And that was a red flag for me, because to his point earlier, what do we have to give to get this funding available? So what are things that are within our purview that we're gonna be required to do as a result of this?
So it'll all depend on how the funding plays out. Morpsey can give a maximum of 8% towards a project. The rest would be the local jurisdictions, which would be township and county and the other township combined. And then you could use our gap funding to help the township with that.
Up to 150K.
Yeah, that's our gap 50 per township per year.
Is it really per year? Because city's got more than that. And I've been told, oh, yeah, it's not really limited to that. Per year.
My understanding is 150 per year.
So if it's the same year Shanahan's done, are we stuck then?
I don't know is that the same funding?
Well,
Was that based on our gap funding or was that based on
There
the
was some-
agreement?
The agreement I thought included some of that.
I'd have to go back and look at that. But it's very likely that this Morpsey funding is planned for 2030, 31,
Oh, the road will need it by then. Okay,
which is why we were also, so basically Morpsey does funding every 2 years, but they have like a 6-year window of when it goes. So the funding that they're giving out,
understood.
that'll be part of this funding round, this every 2 years round, and it'll be finalized next March, but it's likely that it won't be available until 2030.
So
I'm fine with the initial.
to her point,
So going
to
back
trustee
to-
Reyes, is that the only thing, it's just that we have to do a match?
You will have to do some sort of a matching, yes, and I have to have legislation that basically says, yes, we know what we're doing, we're on board with this, and we're okay with it.
So
That's literally what the legislation is. It's not like a big, long contract at this point. It'll just be, yes, you know what you're getting yourselves into and you agree that you're gonna try. But I don't need that until the final application with way more detail. At this point, I just know, do you want it in or do you want out? Do you want to try?
If
with
what's
us?
on here is the extent, in addition to what you just said, yeah, I'm for it, for sure.
So what'll happen is we'll submit the screening application. I'll get feedback from Morpsey in August-ish. And then I'll come back and say, okay, yes, they were in favor of this. No, this isn't gonna work. There's no reason for us to bother with the final application. So you don't really have to do anything official at this point. the official application is due in October.
Well, because I'm thinking we could either, even if it ends up being a favorable thing for us to do, we could even have Tangi write something in related to the busing, that kind of bolster the need for it.
But that's a different project. Are you guys gonna do just a repaving or do you want widening?
I just want what you're giving us.
Because what we have in there now is literally just putting an inch and a half of asphalt on top of what's there. It's not gonna help the buses with it's not widening the roadway as it is.
But it won't have potholes and other things, and so that'll help us.
The road will be better, yes, but it will not be widened, it won't have shoulders, it won't have, it won't be any different.
Would it be widened as part of the project?
It can be,
Would
But
that make the project more viable?
no.
Not even if there's a safety issue for
Because
schools.
it's improving the situation by widening it. That would be an
Correct.
improvement, and that's what I was shooting.
Yes, it would make it better for safety issues, but what I'm gonna say is it's gonna cost a whole lot more. Our estimate right now of what you guys, for just the overlay, is $368,000 total project, and that's 80%, and then split that down to 80% Morpsey, 20% local. The widening project, I think, is gonna be closer to the range of 2 to 3 million.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in
And
that.
that's not gonna go with this application because it can, let me rephrase that. You can include it with this application, but in order to be fair to all the other jurisdictions that we're including, and knowing that Morpsey has a total of $0 to $7 million available for surface or, system preservation projects this year, if I added a $2 million piece for just this project, then
Yeah,
it's almost not viable for Morpsey to give us any money at all.
yeah. Now, if Morpsey
It
came
can be a
back,
separate project.
if Morpsey came back and
Probably
said
roads.
only 50%, and then we have to do the other 50%, which they
And
can,
that's possible.
then we can turn it down at that time though,
Yeah.
because
We could
it's
get-
not,
Yeah, we can revamp it.
I'm not saying that we would, I'm just
I
saying
know,
what
but
our
it'll be a
options.
discussion,
And-
yeah, because if
And
it's
that's
different.
really,
Yeah.
that is something that's gonna be important to know is because if Morpsey only has a maximum of $7 million to say, our application altogether, right now it's 4 million is what the 80% request is. And it is very likely that they would come back and say, because they still try to fund as many people as they can. And then they basically start the negotiation of, this project is ranked, it's all based on ranking first, but if this project is ranked the first 1 or 2 projects within that category, but they don't have quite that much money, they'll be like, well, hey, are you willing to do 50% match to 50% funding? And so that's,
So
there's a whole lot more that
did
can
they
be.
come back with 50-50, or did they say, you have this much money, and it's 50-50, but then some people drop out of the Delaware County because they
Well,
don't want
and
to,
that's-
then do we get that money attributed to us?
I have no idea. I'll be honest, because we've never done a project like this before where we've combined efforts of so many different jurisdictions
It's pretty innovative.
to get one funding mechanism to help us all pay for stuff. So, this is gonna be my current plan is let's submit the screening application and see what they say. And then we can have the more detailed conversations about what does that mean for your jurisdiction? What does that mean for this one? Are you still interested? Are you not? And then see how we can, because we may have to come back and say, they told us that they're kind of interested, like Morpsey's kind of interested in this project, but there's no way they're gonna fund us for X amount of dollars. So we're gonna have to either pare it back ourselves by dropping jurisdictions with everybody's consent, or each jurisdiction is gonna have to commit to more funding.
So do you need a consensus from us, or do you need a resolution from us?
Look, we-
I'm good with the consensus, because there's no strings attached, there's no commitment, there's no definite anything with this, it's just, if you're interested, I'll add you to the list, we'll submit the application, I'll provide a copy back for you, and then we can see how it flies, and then have much further discussions later about how you can do it.
I got a couple, 3 comments I want to make. First one is, 3 BGK is going to be very busy road. It's going to increase in traffic, especially as Sunbury Parkway comes on board, and people will suddenly use it going north to get to 71. And if the Big Walnut interchange ever happens, they will use it going south. So whatever happens, the amount of traffic on 380K Road is going to go up in the near future. So from that standpoint, that's why we wanted to widen that, was to be able to get it so it can handle this additional traffic back and forth. That's number one thing. Second thing was Doug and I talked about this along with Tyler Lane as a double OPWC application, not as a mortgage application. Okay, so to answer the question, I answered your question correctly. I haven't talked about this, I have talked with Doug about the other things.
Okay.
Third thing is, my understanding is Old Intent is looking at another elementary school over near the bus garage, which will only add more traffic to 3Bs and K with another elementary along there. And that's the reason that we were, that widening it makes so much sense.
I don't disagree with that.
And you understand where we're coming from.
Oh, absolutely, I don't disagree with that, but
Making
because
the
this
road,
is
making
township
the road
funding.
better. We want to make the road better, but with the thought in mind that we're making it better to make it easier to widen. Or make it better to widen. I don't want to go put a bunch of blacktop down and then have to rip it all up and do all the things that you do to build a road in such a way. But we need to be able to do it in a way that is supportive of being able to widen that road in the long run, somehow or another. And making the road and the surface better makes perfect sense. Makes great sense, especially if we can get it, the percentages and numbers that you're talking about. If you can talk about the numbers, that would be helpful. If you've got a price on it, and if you could kind of figure out what our share would be, and we need to share that with Berkshire Township at the same time, because the road is half Berkshire, half ours, but we've tended to split the support for the road at Cheshire Road. North of Cheshire Road is Berkshire, south of Cheshire Road has been Berlin. And we've done what we've done there, they've done what they've done there. And I don't know that that's gonna hold up the law, that agreement. So we need to get that agreement either understood or where we're going with all that.
And I'm aware of that agreement, and I understand, so I think the question is,
And I'm not asking to make it, I'm not asking all that to try to make it difficult.
no, I already know this is gonna be an incredibly difficult project, meaning wrangling 10 jurisdictions to agree.
We don't want it to come off that I'm against paving the road.
No.
I think paving the road is a stopgap at best.
No,
And,
I understand.
I don't know that it's the best use of taxpayer dollars if we aren't thinking the whole thing for the long term. That's what I was trying to look at.
And that's fine, and I would say that if it's a township road,
Mhm.
so it's gonna be a township decision on, do you just wanna repave it? Or do you wanna do the widening project and go, I mean, it's expensive, but it's needed,
Sure.
but it's just, at what point does the township wanna make that decision to move forward with that? And I think it is possible to do the widening. The type of funding that we're asking for from MORPC does not preclude you from widening it and doing extra, widening the lanes, doing the shoulders, extending the ditches out, making it safer. But, the funding will be the question on that, like how much is it and how much is the township ready to put towards that? And I agree, the other part is how much is Berkshire willing to share that cost? Personally, I would see it as a 50-50 between the two townships. But I know you have your maintenance agreement that, you're the south end and they're the north end, so I don't know how, Berkshire and Berlin are gonna have to work that out, and I can moderate, but
And if the
be in
cost,
the room.
if the cost of land acquisition is similar to what we did on Pike Road, because those lengths and distances are kind of the same. It's between $250,000 and $500,000. It probably is this time, as opposed to way back in history, three years ago.
Right.
It's probably closer to $500,000 for land acquisition.
Problem,
Nothing
so,
to do with the road.
right.
Yeah.
So we're probably looking at $2.5 to $3 million total to do that widening with all the right of way acquisition and all the construction.
Okay,
utility
what do
limits.
you need from us? You said you don't need a motion, you don't need anything.
No, we have our consensus.
We
Just a
all agree
consensus that you wanna be part of it.
Paving the road probably makes sense, just due to the price of it.
Mhm.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's what I need, thank you so much.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Can I answer any other questions for you on county stuff that I'll pretend to know the answers to?
We just need a bit of a timeline, if you could, not tonight, but email me a timeline on Cheshire Road so that we can start to think about the fiber, because I've got to get another quote for the drilling, because that was only good for 30 days. And so I need a bit of a time to know so that I can get a quote that we can actually act
Okay.
on.
There seemed to be an indication that Cheshire Road was gonna be closed starting next Monday,
Maybe.
and we have not received any communication on that as of yet, but that obviously has a pretty significant implication for traffic in our
Well, it's
township.
not closed completely. It's one lane.
Whatever it is, we
Yeah,
just
but I
need to
don't
know.
know. And I mean, I know that it's coming up. I know that, we're working with Delta Water because they're going to be installing their new transmission line first. And then we're gonna open up into the road work, like follow right into that. So there's one closing gonna happen with both pieces of it.
I got it. The roads department just reported that today they saw a sign out of nowhere and no communication had been given to us from the county regarding that closing. So
Okay.
we don't know what part, where, when, and for how long. So if we could just get those details so that we can post those to our website and have that communication with residents, that would be
Yeah.
great.
Well, we
Yeah.
were told that someplace in the mid to late August is when they will start work out there. Which coincides real close to the start of all Tangy schools.
Yep.
And the 5 schools that are accessible from that road. So going that way is probably a good idea.
I don't remember which direction we did, but it was based on making sure the fire could get where they needed to go to.
Yeah,
Good,
makes
thank
I'm pretty sure we're going that way.
That's what the sign says.
Is that, okay, good, thank you, because I'm like, I don't remember those plans, I didn't come prepped to talk about that section.
And then just briefly, what at the intersection of African and Cheshire, what is the status of that? Is it changing?
That I do not know. I can have someone look into that.
Because there's a significant water flow issue in that area that we're hoping could be addressed by the construction of the roundabout as well. So when the time comes,
A what issue?
water flow issue,
Surface water?
yes,
Yeah, Doug's.
Doug's aware of it.
Okay.
And we were able to address 25 to 30% of the problem through other means, but really, when the roundabout time comes, that's when we're gonna be, I think, able to tackle that issue much more significantly.
And is it 100% sure that it's going to be around the opinion or whatever?
That's the only plan that I've ever seen, is a roundabout, but I think I don't think design is done yet.
Is the timeframe, somebody thought there was a change. Is it the timeframe that's changed?
You know, honestly, it's not my project, so I don't know. I reviewed it, but I don't know.
Thank you.
We've been working closely with Doug on the water drainage issues.
Okay.
So he's
So he should be.
very knowledgeable.
He's on vacation this week, so you're stuck with me.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, if I can see, did the structural engineer, he didn't respond. So, thank you. So if we could go to our 6:30 time certain.
We can go to the 6:30 time certain and then come back for that.
This is G1. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, and compensation of a public employee or official.
Second. And who would be included?
To be included, Board of Trustees, Fiscal Officer, and Diane McDowell.
Okay.
And
Discussion. Call the roll, please.
Okay, excuse me, Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. So we go to-
Have a seat.
Oh, you know what? Those are good days. Those are good days. No, Frank, 15 hours. Yeah. Yeah. He's in Naples today. He lived in my life.
That's a big
My
flyer.
favorite.
It's a big,
Well,
Yeah, I jack him up all the time.
to make a motion to return to regular session from executive session.
Second. Second.
Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes,
Trail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
we had an executive session and no decisions were made and no actions were taken. I'd like to get back onto the schedule. We've got two things to pick up. One is the structural engineer dealing with the fire department, and the second one is floor property. Does the board have a preference there as to which one?
I think we should go with the four.
Okay. Then I would like to open BZA, or BZC case 24-05, the floor property rezone with the book which we have received, and then this set of exhibits. And with the set of exhibits, I would like to accept those as part of the application. So I make a motion that we accept the exhibits 11, 12, and 13 dated July 8th, 2024 for the BZC case 24-005. So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Okay, and with that, we have the full book, I believe, and it's time for presentation. Mr. Iron,
Good evening.
could I ask a question first?
Evening.
On your application, you have not said which of the NAICS codes you're applying for.
They are in the zoning text.
Or not?
They're in the zoning text under the,
Article 17.
yeah,
I understand, but I'd like to have,
we can add that to the application.
I'd like to have it added to the application notes, so it's very clear to anybody who picks up the book what we're talking about. Okay, so you've got an NAICS code for that?
We do, I'll read them right out of section 17, our response.
Not trying to confuse you.
No,
I
I'm-
just want to make sure that we got it all followed.
On page 5 of our zoning text, we have, we worked with the zoning staff, well, Jerry, on the permitted numbers. 55 is the management of companies, which was 1, 56, 11, 10 is the office administration support services. 71, 11, 20 is the dance company. 71, 11, 90 is other performing arts. 71, 39, 40, am I going too fast? I'm sorry if I am. Is fitness and recreation. And 44, 4 is the building materials center. I'll address those in a minute, because there's a couple questions, but
It just makes a difference as to what we're thinking of.
Yeah,
in terms
yeah, I
of
understand.
the property. Okay,
good evening. My name's Tony Ironman. My address is 1907 River Road, Delaware, Ohio. With me this evening, we've got a few people. The applicant is Archie and Janine Four. They are both here this evening with us. And they You'll be here to help presentation and then answer any questions you have too. Also with us is Mike Shade, who's legal counsel for us. And with that, I'll quickly start. I started with the zoning commission it wasn't intended as a joke, but I guess it was. You're starting to get old when properties that you zoned 20 some years ago come back again. And that's exactly what happened. And I suppose I could say, you're starting to get old when you're a trustee that was on the zoning 20 years ago too. But I won't mention names, but I know it wasn't you, Mike. 2003, Mr. and Mrs. Ford bought the property. They had the property in 2003. We made the application to rezone the southern 7.5 acres plus minus of a 19.9 acre site. For the life of me, I can't remember why we didn't zone the whole thing, but we did. Got approved, and then in 2011, Mr. Ford came back and amended the approved zoning uses to include the gymnastics facility that's there now. And I can't tell you how many people I've spoken with who have had kids go through that. So it's a huge asset to the township and to the county, to the region. And best I know, and I asked Jerry this, and asked Jake before that, if there's ever been any question or any issues that have come up in the township as far as zoning or wild parties or anything like that, which I know better would never happen to me. Really, nothing has ever been there. They've had no reason to be concerned with it, and they've been a great neighbor to Berlin Township in the Delaware County. The northern 12.4 acres has remained fallow, and what the applicant in our zoning hearing tonight wants to do is just reorient the existing uses that are there. The office, Archie's, Janine's 4 concrete office is there. How many people do you have in the office? 8 maximum. I think the only time I've been there where there's more than 3 is maybe once. The gymnastics is run out of the shop area, and what the intent is to regain the use of the shop for the corporate use and have a new facility for the gymnastics. We're not changing uses. We've worked with the health department. We're not changing or adding anything on the septic system. We're not changing number of users, so the traffic and transportation is all remaining the same. We're simply making space. The other thing we're doing is we're proposing 2 structures, and all this, our proposal is basically 3 buildings, and they're all occurred to the north of the existing office, the existing leach bed. And the two storage units are basically for all of this unheated space, so it's not going to be occupied, and it's for his equipment and his materials. That's all it's for. He has the right to store it outside. He'd rather, for the sake of the longevity and good maintenance of his equipment and materials, he'd prefer to keep it under roofs. That's what we're proposing. And that's really the intent of the 2020, our current application. We're not asking for any new uses. You asked a question on the NAICD codes. We did the best we could, and I worked with Jerry on this to try to match perfectly what the uses that were permitted before, how they fit into these. There's a question that came up in the zoning commission meeting. It's a good question too. The unheated storage area, it's not a self-storage unit. It's not intended to be that. I didn't want to, nor did Archie want to go near that issue. Jerry and I sat down, we said the best we can come up with is that building materials center. We didn't say it's retail. We'd be willing to say that in the zoning text if we're approved, that it's intended as a private storage, unheated storage area for his materials and for his equipment. Other than that, the fitness, the performing arts, and the dance were all kind of an umbrella use for the gymnastics. And if it's one of those that fits that you're comfortable with, and Archie and Janine are comfortable with, we can do that too. The management of the office is simply for concrete, the corporate office. We're retaining that. In the zoning application, the binder, we have two divergences that are identified, and those are on page 12 of the zoning text. In working with the zoning commission, they asked and we agreed if we would remove the divergence request for the rear yard setbacks. There's really not a need for one at this point for a divergence. So we agreed to withdraw that. That's documented in the letter that Archie just gave to you with his letterhead on it, that we have withdrawn that divergence request. The only divergence request we have is simply to match what was approved in 2003, and that's the side yard setbacks. The 100-foot side yard setback on each side of that would basically render this property almost useless. The property on the west has a Dr. Lee's property, which is under a different name now, but I understand Dr. Lee still owns it. Has a transmission line through there, so in effect it serves as a buffer on itself. We have agreed as part of that divergence request to retain the tree lines that are along there. And so we're not intending on taking out any of the trees along there to preserve all the buffer we can. We also, as part of the zoning commission meeting, we gave to the zoning commission letters from all the neighboring property owners that we could get. The only one we couldn't get was Dr. Lee, who lives in California, and for their support. And there is one resident that's located north of Mr. Safko's property who's here this evening. If you have any questions of him, his concern for our impact, you can certainly ask him. But the resident has no problem with what we're proposing as well. I really don't, and I did this in the zoning commission too. I usually get up here and I talk for 25 minutes or something, and I don't have much to add because I've never had the zoning application that simply comes in and asks to rearrange what's already there. We're not proposing any new uses. It's simply taking for concrete and reorienting it so that the storage is there. And the gymnastics is moved to a separate building, which they would greatly appreciate getting out of the quote unquote garage and actually having a facility that accommodates their uses and their demands better. So with that, I'm going to say I'll end my presentation and ask for your approval, and I'll be happy, and as with Archie and Mike and anyone else that's here, would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. With that, we'll move forward from here. Trustees will ask questions, and then we will open it up to public comment after the trustees have got done with the questions. Okay. Megan, would you like to go first? Cameron first last time.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the side yard setbacks, so the 2003 standard was 20 feet back. How far is the tree line that you indicated preserving? Would that require then you guys going back further in the setback if you were to preserve that tree line?
Well, the tree line straddles the property line.
Yeah, but then, typically it goes back a little bit further to preserve that, and 20 feet's not a lot. So right now it looks like there's somewhere around probably 20 to 25 feet that you would want to preserve anyway.
Well, everything on the west side has the road along it anyhow. So all we've done is clean it up and improve the drainage a little bit. And Archie has it mowed and leaf removal, and the trees that were there back 20 years ago are still there. Mm-hmm. We're proposing just to keep the street, the private drive going up that west side. Mm-hmm. The east side varies, I suppose. We've managed to keep most all the trees along there in the 20 years we've been there. I think we probably retain almost all of them along there. There's a point where they encroach into the property more or less, but 20 is probably enough to keep a large share of those.
Well, the discrepancy that I'm trying to resolve is if you've made a commitment to preserve the tree line, and the tree line goes beyond the setback line, which one trumps the other? And so I would say in that case, if you've made a commitment to preserve the tree line, that's what should be preserved. Even if that extends a little bit past that 20-foot mark. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's a little bit semantics too, because the northern part of the site is wooded.
Mhm.
So you could argue, with that logic, you could argue that the tree line is basically the entire north end. There's gotta be some
Well,
sort
the
of.
north end would be the rear, though.
Yeah, but I mean, there's enough trees, and the tree line is basically along the property line is how we're defining that. If it encroaches 100 feet, that to me is not a tree line, that's just a wooded area.
No, but on the side, I'm speaking specifically to the side. So if the
The
side,
Yeah.
if
So
you guys are committed to preserving the tree line, then it may take more than 20 feet to do that. And so I'm trying to just
Well,
ascertain
if you want me to say it differently, we'll protect all the trees within 20 feet of the property line. If that says.
None of them feel like you're necessarily protecting that tree line that's currently in place.
Well, again, if the trees encroach 50 or 100 feet in, then it's no longer a tree line, it's just a wooded area.
Yes, we're not talking about
We're not.
50 or 100 feet. I'm saying
Well,
on the east side,
Yeah,
if you guys have committed to preserving the tree line, then it just should be the tree line and that may extend past 20 feet. Not much, but
give me, is it 30 feet? I mean,
yeah, probably. Would you say that?
okay.
It seemed to me like it was closer to 30 feet-ish.
And there are areas, as you go up towards the storage areas, that there are some trees that are clustered
Yeah,
up along there.
and that's really what I'm speaking to, because if you're preserving the current tree line and then kind of cut straight down, you're not really preserving the tree line, so you're just asking for 20 feet.
If you look at the site plan, the setback on all three of those buildings is 30 feet off that east property line.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose we could make that 30 feet if that pleases the trustees and pleases my client.
Well, I think that's what it kind of is naturally anyway, because of the way that the trees are set up. So if your applicant is amenable to that, then that would resolve that slight discrepancy to me. And it would ensure that the current site, because it's tucked back,
It undulates in it.
yeah, it's taken care of. So as long as it's not gonna, look that much different from the distraction of the current situation, which is most of them are deciduous trees. So you see it more naturally in the winter than you do in the summer. That's what we would be going for, to be as least encroaching or as least visible as possible.
And I don't mind touching the building anyway, so I thought we showed 30 feet too, but
We did show 30, but the
I think
2003 was 20, so.
Good, so that was already something that was.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, fantastic. The only other item that I had was the uses. So all of them are in Article 17, so you're intending to apply just those permitted uses, which I think the facility accommodates nicely. Were there any other activities other than gymnastics that your client envisioned using this application for? Like, for example, there's a pretty huge deficit in youth sports in general across the county. It's rather significant, and different facilities such as basketball, indoor facilities, basketball, volleyball, of course, ever popular pickleball. Were there any activities that were considered to be used both either inside or potentially future outside? Because if you notice, there's a discrepancy between the outdoor sports and the indoor sports in this area.
In respect to this application, the intent was simply to reorganize what was on the site now.
Mm-hmm.
So we really had to consider that. And thinking a little bit ahead, that would, there are a couple things that would be necessary for that to happen, and they're not ready yet.
Mm-hmm.
There is no central sewer
Mhm.
So we couldn't do it yet. If Central Sewer came in and the opportunity came in later, Archie and Janine thought that was a good idea, then maybe we could do something like that. The other thing that comes in is, right now with just the reorganization, we're not, there's no increase in traffic. If we did something like that, we'd have to come in and work with ODOT
Mhm.
and get that all squared away as well. So the sewer and the traffic right now, thinking ahead would be the two major issues right now. We're just trying to reorganize and get things set up so we can get his equipment in as soon as he can.
Yeah, well, and the water pressure too, the water
We
pressure.
talked to Delco and they said that, the water tower that's under construction will bring 1,500 gallons per minute. And we've been working with fire department and with Delco on that.
Mhm.
And I suspect what will happen, because with the two-step zoning, with the preliminary and the final, we'll have to have that addressed for the final.
That's all the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Ryan?
Okay, so the Delaware County Regional Plan, I mean, recommended denial based on the divergences, correct?
No, what they recommended denial on was, be completely open. There's an issue before the regional planning right now on comprehensive plans and following comprehensive plans, and there's a group, and I was talking with the group beforehand, and even afterwards, they came up and spoke with me because it didn't follow the comprehensive plan exactly. They suggested denial. What ended up happening was it was a split vote, which,
I saw eight
what's that?
Did not agree with the vote.
Yeah, there were probably 25 people there, and maybe 8 voted for us and not for the denial. Which I honestly, as regional planning director back in the late 90s and the years before that, been around it, haven't seen too many split votes.
There's a few. I've been on the
Yeah,
negative
I
side
know, I know
occasionally.
you've been in.
So, it was dealing with the setback mainly though in the comp plan, right?
No, it was simply that the uses in the comp plan didn't show this, and I tried to explain them the business overlay. And, some of the townships didn't really care to talk about that. That was my interpretation.
I was not at that meeting. I heard a summary of that meeting. I serve as the representative for
Yeah.
Berlin Township, and of course, we've been on the forefront of ensuring that the comprehensive land uses plans are visions and for communities, and that they are respected at every level. And I think that there was perhaps a little bit of confusion, to Mr. Ironman's point, with respect to the uses called out in Article 17, but I would say that the core reason was the setbacks.
That's what I read. I mean, that's what I thought was the setbacks. I mean, because to me, that's really,
Of which one has been fully resolved.
and then that one's not, and that's the back one, right?
And that was the one that was of the greatest concern.
Now, when you say 20 feet, can you clarify precisely what you mean by the 20 feet was approved?
In 2003, it spelled out in the zoning text that the side yard setback would be 20 feet off the property line.
So when you say the text, are you talking about the text of the application or the text of the zoning resolution as it stood before?
I don't recall in 2003 what the zoning resolution stated, but our zoning text had 20 feet.
It was their application that was approved.
Because
Yeah.
I think that's rather small. So currently, the application for the existing buildings was approved at that, but they actually exist at 30 feet?
No, the drawing that I have for the 3 buildings north of the existing facility were drawn at 30 feet.
So what is it currently, because this looks like 34 feet to the existing storage lot. Is this recreational, looks like 30 feet to me as well, what is 20 feet?
We'll fall off a lot in 20 feet. when we
This-
build the building.
This is the existing building, this is the office and shop, they're really connected with an overhead protector. This line here is pretty much the beginning. This is the new parking lot, this is the recreation building, which is the gymnastics building, the existing septic building, septic system, and then the two storage structures are here. So
Yeah, I can read.
everything new,
But what I'm asking is, what is 20 feet?
20 feet is this here.
But that says 34 feet.
Well, what it was built at and what it was,
Well, that was my
Approved.
question. What is the existing structures? So there really isn't anything that
No,
actually is 20 feet?
No, there's no currently
No.
existing structures that are before 30 feet.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
okay. So what is the height of the structures?
Height of the structures is going to be very similar to what is out there now.
Okay, but I want to know what it is.
I'm going to ask him, do you know?
32 feet to the peak of my building.
Okay.
With 18-foot eaves, with that 4-12 pitch.
So 32 feet is the maximum height. And that's at the center of the building?
That's at the main building,
It's
yes.
the peak.
Center of the building, yes.
And is the building, I apologize, I should know,
Yeah.
but is it oriented towards the north and south? or
North and
east
south.
and west?
North and south.
And the peaks are on east-west, right?
To this question,
The peak runs north-south, the roof runs east-west.
So what I'm really asking is, what's the maximum?
The maximum height
Near
is-
the side,
Mhm.
so it's 32 feet.
32
from the
feet.
side.
Mhm.
yes.
Correct.
And is that what is going to be in these additional structures?
Very similar, yes.
And none of them exceed 35 feet, which is the permitted
Right.
allowable height.
Right.
Okay. So fencing is only around the storage access area.
Yes.
And what does storage access area mean?
That's I do construction, and I'm leasing a building now that's 22,000 square feet. So I keep all my materials inside just for longevity and maintenance. It's a cold storage building, just keeping it out of the weather in the sun. So that's all it is, just a cold storage building.
So it's covered.
It covers it all, yes.
Okay, and that's at 29 feet side setback?
Well,
30.
Both 30 feet. And it'll be the same height, all three buildings are basically the same.
So is there any landscaping discussed in this?
Yes.
So what is going around the site? I'm mostly concerned for this application on the side, because the front I'm not really worried about, because you're gonna build that towards.
In the second tab, there are landscape plans included.
Okay, so can you describe to me what that really means?
Sure. We are proposing deciduous trees along the west side. The driveway going north along the west property line.
I mean, deciduous, what caliber, what height?
I just said 6 foot.
I know it all complies with your zoning text, and I don't swear to have memorized the zoning text as far as caliber and height. I know I worked with Jerry to make sure that it all met the text, the requirements. I'm looking for it
So
now.
this is a street zone. No.
Yeah, they're not applying the overlay. This is Article 17. And I would say that that was probably the one point of confusion with the way that was presented at DCRBC,
Okay.
was they kept referring to the commercial overlay materials and not the standard zoning materials, but they did specifically call out access, traffic. As I recall, you guys had a 30-yard setback when you presented the DCRBC, so I'm not sure why it got changed to 20 yards, side yard setbacks, 20 feet, sorry.
We had 20 feet written in there because it copied the 2003 text. We've not changed the text since it was made, the application was made. The plan shows it as 30. It was
Yeah, the plan shows it as 30, at DCRPC,
So,
it was
okay.
30.
So for my clarification, and I may have this wrong, the zoning allows 20, but the plan is 30, and so they would have to do a change in the plan if they went to 20.
No, the zoning text for Article 17 is 1/3 the length of the parcel, or,
Height of the building.
Instead of the height.
height of the building, no more than, no earlier than 100 feet back, which would create an undue burden on this slender.
100 feet is a little bit.
Yeah, so-
100 feet's not.
So
really-
that's what the text says. Everything that they have submitted that I've seen is 30 feet until we got to, I don't know, where it converted along the way to a request for a 20-foot
So
divergence.
is this,
But it didn't appear to me that a 20-foot divergence was what was needed, but it does appear to me that a 30-foot divergence is what's needed, given the conditions of this parcel being so slender. The rear yard setback doesn't seem necessary either, given this.
so is this text making it 30 feet for the whole property then?
Yes.
So,
Well, no,
Let me answer your question. The text is for 20 feet. What we're working with you on and what Megan has proposed and we were agreeing with is if 30 feet is acceptable to you, then we would agree to 30 feet as far as a side yard setback.
okay, I don't know where I get this number because I can't really define it, but I was thinking more 35. But if there's a bit of a compromise in that which is 20 that isn't being utilized could become 30, that would make sense to me for continuity. Well, that's my justification, but it's a bit of a trade. Can you talk about detention? Detention?
Sure. Everything on the south side is approved. It was all approved back in 2003, 2006. I know. But when you're talking detention over an entire site, it all kind of works together. Generally, the water flows south and flows west. There is a drainage course through Dr. Lee's farm.
And where's Dr. Lee?
Dr. Lee's property to the west.
Is it 36, 37 here?
Yeah.
These are both the same plan. There's a drainage course that comes through this way. That's west.
36, 37.
And this is just an enlargement of that plan.
Okay.
And then everything else goes
So
to the south.
detention, retention?
There would be proposal for detention retention here. Detention,
Which?
the crosshatched area is the detention, well, probably detention.
Okay. Because, you know, what the board has usually wanted in that.
What's that?
Inlets, outlets, stone facade or fascia,
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the fountain.
and the
And
fountain
a
beds.
dry basin, we probably.
Well, that's the question. Is it a detention or retention?
It'd probably be, well, first of all, we're not into the final engineering yet. That would be part of the final development plan. But the intent was if we can work as a grass basin, we'll do that because it's just going to be parked back there.
I
By the
get
storage
that.
area.
So I would just want a commitment that if it is not, that it has,
Yeah, if it becomes retention, then we, I understand, we'll do the stone on the structures and there'll be a fountain in there.
We have some language that we can borrow.
Right, like that.
Yeah, we have some
Tonight,
language that we can.
and I'm okay with it being either or.
Yeah.
I mean, if it is dry, can't have a fountain.
My guess, and this is simply a guess at this point, the engineers will look at this in more detail in the final development plan. But with the shallowness of that area, the detention is going to provide us more storage than the retention would.
So if there's not water standing there, there's no issue.
Right.
But if there is, then I want the wording to be up. That's all I have.
I got anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I really don't have much. The things that I'd like to see is some paperwork cleaned up, put the NAICS codes on the application on the front. And,
It's on page 5.
or,
Their specified uses are on page 5.
they'll put on.
We'll get them on the application too.
I thought it was on there. It's in the binder packet on page 5. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, page 5.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with any of those being done. And then the note, put on this one, it would be good to get that built into the plan. I know the
Ron,
problem.
did you say that again? I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing.
It said, this note I'd like to see, just take that page 12, page 7, correct those, and
Okay.
those can be, we don't have to do them tonight, it can be done anytime, because it's covered here with this note. And then the other question I've got is traffic, how much traffic do you expect with the gymnastics people coming in? Is there gonna be a lot of traffic, or is it just very sporadic?
Well, the gymnastics uses there now. They use the shop, which
Sure.
Archie's maintenance shop, that's what they use for their gymnastics. All we're doing is moving them to a new facility to allow Archie access back to the shop.
Gotcha.
And also, quite honestly, it's garage doors and it's a little bit cold in the wintertime. Having a facility that's built for that specific use is going to be far better for everybody, as well as for Archie getting his shot back. Talking with Archie and everyone else, there's really no plans at this time.
And
to
the equipment's
increase.
already there.
Yeah, everything's there.
And all that, so there shouldn't really be any
You're
change.
gonna have, what's it, the college hunks thing? Two guys in a truck moving the pads from one area to another. And after that, the traffic's not going to be there anymore, I don't think.
Who knows what 36 is gonna look like.
Right.
36, 37. That's really all I've got. We will add this as an exhibit.
Yeah, exhibit 14, it looks like we're on. And
I
then
was gonna finish the conversation and then pick it up.
we'll need to have the write-up of commitment to 30-foot side yard setback and the write-up of if there are to be inlets, outlets, that they have stone facade,
Right.
fascia.
Some of that's covered here in this thing.
Huh?
In a fountain.
Yeah.
Found.
Thank you. Some of that's covered here.
That was a handout note that, and that's just what I'm saying, that needs to be in the text too, the same time. So it gets rid of a lot of the requirements that you guys were asking for.
This gets addressed by their letter.
Right.
Everything that is written here gets addressed in their letter that will accept as an exhibit unless we want to, because that's the motion itself. So that's already appears in the resolution. That exact writing appears in the resolution that they approved. What's right there is what's right there.
Well, Darcy signed it, and Darcy signed
And then they did the resolution, and they wrote it into the text itself
it.
too.
And this was a. This had an exhibit number, it was a photo. See, that's part of this one too. So it's all in. Okay, now, let me ask for, public comment, any public comment from people who are against the application? Any public comment for people who are for the application? And there's a couple, 3 letters in here, but go ahead.
I just want to introduce Misty Lloyd. She runs the gym facility. So my dogs, she trained my dogs 30 some years ago, but so that's how I got tied up with her. And she was homeless in 2012. She came to me and said, I can make your building work. I'm like, there's no way possible. And she made it work for the last 10 years. So what we're trying to do, and she's not planning on increasing the size of the gym. She was actually high school OCC coach of the year this year.
Congrats.
So she coaches bowling,
Delaware, Buckeye Valley, Seminary, Walnut, Sales.
she coaches the high schools, all the local high schools.
That's a lot of what we are trying to house. So just trying to keep the school programs going too. We're not looking to make a huge move, we're really trying to keep the school programs and community going. So.
Okay. Any other comments?
As I mentioned,
Just want to introduce Misty.
as I started with, Archie and Janine have run a really, as I started with the presentation, I said Archie and Janine have done a great job with this site. It's been a huge asset to Berlin Township and to the schools, with the taxes generated and everything like that. She's also been part of that huge asset that, the whole area is benefiting from them being here, so. I don't need to promote them again, but I always like to toot the horn, when you see it. We have enough people arguing and complaining about things. It's nice to have a good thing every now and then.
Any other comments? Okay, well, with that, I would like to propose that we this as exhibit 14.
Yeah, I think that's what Mr. Chair.
Exhibit 14 is a July 8th, 2024 letter from Archie Ford and Henry Ford. We'll make that exhibit 14 for application BZC 24-005, and with later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. So moved.
I second.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. And do we have anything that we need to add to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we needed another exhibit, exhibit 15, with the changes requested by the applicant based on today's hearing, which include, like I mentioned before, the side yard setback at 30 feet, the inlets, outlets, and the fountain. And so we'll need that language to accept as exhibit 15 before we can proceed forward.
Okay. And what I would suggest is we could recess for a short period of time, if we can put that together, and we can put it as exhibit 15 and then the final is complete tonight?
Sure.
Okay, so if we take a short, we'll recess this, we got plenty of other things to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can continue on and,
Do you have the language for the inlets, outlets that we've used previously?
no, if you have it handy, I'd be happy to take a pair of scissors and just add that.
Or review it and see if you,
Anything else we need?
no, not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And with that, I will declare a short recess for BDC case 24-005 and return to it when the applicant is ready later in the meeting tonight. And we will return to our normal meeting schedule. Give you a chance to get that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, coming back to it. We have anything on structural engineering?
I've not heard from him yet. I'm a little bit, concerned, but, we'll deal with that at our next meeting. I will tell you that in meeting with the structural engineer, that I did think that they would do a quality job. It's just that,
You're gonna take course on this?
that's what he's gonna ask us about. But that's gonna cost me money, so we don't have to know what that is.
We need to know what
We'll get together when you get back.
I did think that, the aerial view from the school was, interesting, because of its location. I'm wondering if, when they, buried it, if they dug to the side and then buried it to the side instead of just dropping it into the basement. My understanding was it was collapsed into the basement and then they covered it up. But where's the location? That's mostly under the parking lot.
Mhm.
So either that or maybe there's something else that was under the ground that wasn't the
They
building.
not all fit under their idea. I don't know anybody who's.
What makes the driveway?
No.
But it looked like, if that's the same driveway.
Especially large. And maybe a couple of people who know exactly what Craig made. And I don't know too many people.
Because I was too little to really remember. I mean, I went to school there, but I was first grade.
Okay.
Write it out.
Oh, you're writing
You'll have to rewrite it.
it? Well, if you printed it, or if you had a printer handy, you could print it, and then I would write it, so save you having to write it again. I have a question for you, and we're going to do it regardless, but if it's a detention basin, there are still structures. If there's a detention basin, a dry basin, there are still release structures.
Well, we resolved that by saying all exposed man-made materials installed in or around stormwater management basins shall be covered with stone
You
or
got
other natural.
it. You just answered my question.
If this is gonna be fill this in.
We got to vote on that, but we're not voting on that, so I think it's the exhibit.
Right, I mean, we're filling the zone decision.
Well, we don't have a decision.
We don't have any.
And so we get the.
What is the zone? Is the zoning commission decision this?
Understand, we can hold on, that's not hard. But, they can't come up with what.
Water retention management.
Okay.
Yeah, there is some, requirements that are found. If they don't have it, I can just 10 or 12 spray. really it would be better if they had a technical. We ought to get the balance for the technical, everybody. There
I
is
think
one,
we've always said it was at least 10 feet.
maintained at least. It is really how we should. Because they get old and then they don't.
Thank you. I'll write this up. May I interrupt you when we're finished, or may I interrupt you when we're finished? I know you have business.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. The road department.
It looked like, there were questions about the Berlin Manor signs that were knocked down, and, that was a report from Jesse indicating that those were all
Those are all
up,
put
put up and done.
Somebody stole one of the road signs.
Somebody stole a road sign.
Somebody stole a road sign, not the road. Stole a road sign. Okay, so we're working to get that straightened out. But everything else, everything's been put back up.
That's
We
crazy.
don't know anything from the township signs.
Yeah.
County signs is a different story.
Well, if we get any requests about county signs, we just forward that right along.
Now, at one point in time, I thought they were talking about the little manor sign.
The Berlin Manor signs up too. Yeah,
Okay, but that would have been on the homeowners association.
Yeah, no, they were talking about Russell, they were talking about specific,
Road
road
signs.
sign, yeah.
There was a street sign that got hammered, looked like a car wreck, the way it was, but it may have been a tornado. And we had to get it boosted, and boosting
It takes some time.
takes some time, especially when people take the flags where you mark it, boost it. And I don't think it was that one, but,
Yeah.
you know, anyhow, we believe.
So this one was, and, Jesse sent a picture of it, this was on the corner of Russell Woods Drive and Fox Drive.
Mhm.
And that's been replaced.
I do remember that being flat, and it was really flat.
It was, it's good that that's in there, and, you know, it really brings a sense of normalcy back into the area, so.
Okay, punch list for road inspections.
This one, we weren't sure if we should remove it, because I think that you have
Okay.
already created a listing
What
for,
it is there's a punch list, and the part that the road department and the county could work on has been taken care of.
yeah,
But there were some zoning issues that hadn't been taken care of.
yeah, and I believe that Jerry went over there and spoke with, Jesse and addressed the immediate issue right over there. But with our new zoning inspector starting next week, that's one of the first projects.
I'm happy to take it off, if that's what the issue was. So
Why don't
need to
we-
figure out how-
Yeah, why don't we, remove the road inspection punch list from the agenda and add a zoning inspection punch list to the agenda. Now we're moving forward.
I kind of like how the road, I want to get the divisions. Who's responsible for
To
what?
my knowledge, the zoning inspector and roads department has already separated that out.
Okay, and if they've got that, that's great. But I just want to make sure that there's a division of responsibility,
Yeah.
and we got that nailed down.
Yeah, okay.
If we got that,
Well, what we could do is we could ask them to look at that.
I would,
punch list.
I would just talk to Jerry.
Yeah.
As long as they're okay.
My understanding is that has been fully resolved, but I will follow up to confirm that there's no, cracks. No pun intended.
Okay. Next one's drip and dish, number 391 petition. I went to the meeting July 1st, which was last week. Monday.
Did you go as well?
No, that was my birthday.
And, it was approved, and commissioners voted for it, and over here.
Were there any concerns from, those around the area?
I talked, and Tom Ferris talked. both of us talking in support of doing it, so.
Nobody else?
Nobody else?
And nobody,
No objection,
and that's unusual.
That's
no
interesting.
objection.
Well, I think it's very much so needed,
Yes.
so it's hard to,
And I went over and looked at the water level and the catch basins, and the water level for the lower catch basin, which was the highest water in the catch basin of the two, was about a foot and maybe 15 inches below the grade. But I had seen the water, and I explained to the commissioners that I'd seen the water touching the metal grading, and as soon as the water come out of it, then it would flood the street. It's not bad in the summertime, but it's awful in the wintertime, we get less. So they were more than willing to go along with it. And I also made a statement that this is maybe a short-lived thing, but it needs to be in place during this short period of time.
agreed,
So whatever.
agreed.
So they're headed off to look at it. Okay, and then the New Ohio Regional Planning Commission, county engineer, planning regional planning, we talked about
Talk
that.
about that.
And I've got some requisitions. Okay. And is you all good with your mailbox?
Yes.
The first one, let's do concrete construction, 755 US 23 North. This is for 3 catch basin repairs, and the location of those catch basins and where they would be repaired, and some curb and gutter repair that needed to be done, like up at Cheshire Elementary, that's $1,000 to take that out and put it back in and fix it. The catch basin at Cliffview is $2,500. The curb and gutter at Cliffview is $1,000. The 17-foot curb and gutter and catch basin repair on Sherman Lakes is $2,100. The difference between that and the one above is 170 feet and 28 feet of curb and gutter. 8 feet of curb and gutter at Cloverdale, $600, 6 foot of curb and gutter and a catch basin was Shale Elementary, and that's $1,450. 11 foot curb and gutter and a catch basin repair and Stewart and Summer, which is in the middle of Cheshire, $1,900, 20% contingency is $2,100. And then we get to the bottom paragraph. And what that is, what the bottom paragraph is I had them get an estimate for repair. On the page, let's get the back page. Look at the back page. There's a picture, and it shows the curb damage at a driveway. And the repair cost for that is about, let me see. I think it was like $800, maybe $600. And this is based on input from the residents at 3646 Bay Circle West. The question is, and this is like an $800 repair to cut this off and replace that pothole in the middle of the driveway and the curb. And the thing is, in where Bay Circle is, has about 8 or 10 more of those, just like that, all the worse. And the question is, it's not that if we do this one for $800, we're done. It's if we do this one for $800, we're on the hook for doing another 10 or 12, or it's an $8,000 decision for the ones that we know about, and it's a long-term decision for all the curb and gutters, subdivisions that we have. So the question is, do we want to spend the money to do this set a precedent for doing this one, or do we want to just, leave it to the residents to pass it?
So I want your recommendation, but my preliminary thought on this is that the time that we would do it is when we pave the road and not just willy-nilly, and we would wind up doing all of them because what I don't want to do is create the complainers get it. You know, I think that if we're going to do it, it should be done when the road is paved and we consistently do them all.
Right.
That's my thought.
And we could do that if we're consistent on it, it's gonna be that way, but the problem with that is the paving is gonna be blacktop and the curbs.
I know, and I do get that, but then it's like, we know we're gonna take care of all of it at the same time. And, I know it's completely different contractors involved, but that's a way I can justify waiting until doing it all at one time. Otherwise, what I don't want to do is encourage.
Those who complain can get it, and those who don't complain never get it.
That's my point. But, okay, but that's my preliminary thoughts. I'm not saying we should do any of it, and that's why I want your recommendation. But if we do it, that's how I would like to see it.
Well, and the other part of it is, we don't know what caused it to break.
That's,
You know, if it's not put in correctly and broke that way, that's one thing, but if it's, somebody had a big truck deliver something, a load of concrete or something else, that broke it, get off of the road to get into the driveway and do that sort of thing, it's something different.
yes.
And, we've had those situations before.
But if we're the ones that are responsible for the curbs, the roads, we need to take care of them. And I like this approach because I do feel that it's a consistent approach and it allows us to address in a unified manner, making certain that both our curbs and our roads are tended to at appropriate times.
But, okay, the other part of it is you may have this, we may not pay that subdivision for 10, 15 years. So
That's what would happen.
that's
my view.
That's what we're talking about, doing. If we did it, I can work with that kind of policy.
I think we should do it and I think we should implement that policy. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And the thing is, if using this contractor, it was real reasonable. I think,
Yeah, I mean,
Actually, I was gonna comment on that.
yeah,
Because to me, it's way expensive, but compared to everything today, it's less
It's
than I
very reasonable.
anticipated.
Yeah.
It's a pleasant surprise.
yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Do you have a motion?
No, I'm gonna leave this in there. And what that says is, we won't repair this one until we repave the street.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, with that, I make a motion that we approve, $12,660 to Concrete One Construction, 755 US 23 North Delaware, Ohio, for concrete construction work, repairing, curb gutters and catch basins. So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Brian?
Yes.
Rail?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes. And then let's get these other two out of the way and then we'll.
Jeff, can you make certain to make copies of that? You don't have to do it right now, if you want to do it.
Let me get this one and then we'll make it short version. Okay, the next one is, they're related. One is, Miley excavating to prepare a path to set the shelter wall of container off at, the cemetery. At, Evergreen Cemetery. And one is $1,080 to put in a gravel pad, and that sort of stuff in place to set the container.
Yeah.
And, $32.40 just to grab a container and deliver. Now, we still gotta get it painted, but we'll figure out how to do that once we get it.
We agreed on dark gray for that?
We'll do what?
We agreed on dark gray for that?
Color?
I don't know how long it's gonna take.
No, we just agreed on the color. Do we agree
Oh,
on?
yeah, because you guys got some color, right?
I don't care.
I don't care. We can make it bigger.
This was beach vibes color, not just
Or
cut.
make it shirt color or whatever color you
I
Dark
I don't
gray.
care.
got. I don't care.
I want dark gray.
I think it's gonna be darker.
One of them match the sign, the rocks on the sign.
Okay,
Which,
with that,
yeah,
I make a motion that we approve $1,080 to Wiley Excavating for work at Evergreen Cemetery. Per the requisition dated 7/8/2024. So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please. Ready?
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
And then, make a motion that we approve $3,240 to Sheds of Direct of Waldo, Ohio, for purchase requisition dated 7/8/2024 for the purchase of a 20-foot storage container to be used at Evergreen Cemetery. So moved.
second,
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. And with that. Couple of simple things. I'm working on, building, there won't be any motions on this. Okay, been working with DAS or trying to get to DAS as they have a contractor to help us design a building and put something together. So we're working to come up with a plan for our storage building. And it may be closer to what we originally set out to do, but maybe not quite as quickly. And then the
I
second
mean,
thing
the
is.
plan's not as configured, not as finished out.
Not as finished out. We'll
I liked our initial plan.
we're gonna do it the way we want it, based on usage and having used it for a while.
I just liked the design, the way that, because what we had previously was incredibly functional and looked nice.
Mhm.
But not expensive nice, but just nice.
Okay. And then, the other thing is, we had an anonymous person, make a gift available to the township. And, which was a very sizable gift. I don't have the gift money or any of that sort of stuff. I do have a letter from insurance saying that, such a thing would happen and happen by the end of the year. We need to think about what we want to do. And I don't know that it's going to be anonymous. I just don't know that it's not anonymous. So call it anonymous. It's just a heads up, looking over what we got.
And that's wonderful. I do think that we need to run through the prosecuting attorney how to accept that gift, because we have to accept gifts, and I don't know how that.
Sure. And we may want to set it up in a separate fund, hold on to it to use it someplace else. I don't want to see it just put it away.
Exactly.
General fund dollars.
Trans plan had a good investment.
I don't want to see it used.
Art,
I want to see it used as for a very specific purpose.
And
I
then
don't
say-
know what that specific purpose is. Okay, with that, I will go to a short recess. And then we'll come back and pick up the. Short recess.
you have anything fun on your birthday? Nothing. Mr. Chair, I think we're ready to return.
That's exhibit 15.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the recess is over. We're back in regular session, and I'd like to go back to the 7 o'clock time certain for BZC case 24-005 for property rezone. And with that, I would like to make a motion that we add exhibit number 8, which is a letter dated July 8th, 2024, from RC4 et al. And,
Mr. Chair, you said exhibit 8, friendly amendment, that would be exhibit 15.
did I say?
You did.
That's okay.
Okay, exhibit number 15.
I knew what you were going to say.
Okay, and
Good.
later exhibits taking precedence over earlier exhibits. So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, with that, do we need to do anything else?
Just want to confirm that this is to the board's satisfaction, what was written. First, we had the minimum side yard setback shall be 30 feet. Second, we had add to the zoning text the following: all exposed man-made materials installed in and around stormwater management basins shall be covered with stone or other natural looking materials. Any water retention management basins shall include a fountain maintained with a spray of at least 10 feet in height.
You didn't have 10 in height, I assumed that that's what you meant. So I verified.
So is that 30 feet from the fire?
It doesn't specify, so all of the portion that's being rezoned, yes.
Doesn't the whole property?
The prior plan already had allowed for the 20-foot for that one section, but they didn't do the front section. So the whole thing, so I guess we could ask that clarification. In this, are we doing the whole property now, the 30-foot applies?
We're amending the application from 2024, so that'd be 30 feet for just everything, the northern 2/3 of the property.
See, I would be okay if it's the entire property. That to me was the compromise.
Now, if there's something encroaching on it, I wouldn't want to bother with that, but I don't want things built, because we're compromising. And my thought is, if it's not already built, you know, I can extend it, but I don't want to extend it, because then you got to jag it. Are you okay with 30 for the entire?
Well, it's either our front lot, our front lot is real thin up by 37, so I really need to give up another 10 feet because of where that road comes in, it chokes down that front lot that I can develop.
It's also neighboring the commercial use to the east, so we're abutting very like or similar area. So we really, I don't think we want to amend the northern or the southern portion.
So you're saying it narrows?
The way my road has to come in, can I approach?
Please.
Yeah,
You're okay.
see how this road comes in? That road's already shifted over, and there's a retention pond right there. So that really choked down that lot. That really makes this a small piece.
So this zoning is starting here?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 feet, that's right, at the back of my building.
Mm-hmm.
So then everything-
This-
Okay, so
this
really
is
what
what
I'm
you
saying, this is what I'm saying, is I'm not, okay, later we'll discuss that when you want to do something there. But right here, I don't really want you to build onto it because you already have it built, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Is that reasonable to say from the
what can you call that? What's the front of the building called?
Facade.
And the front facade.
Well, that would be the,
From-
talking the east facade. Talking from that building, the existing.
Yes,
building.
but what I'm saying is
You're
there's
coming from the front of the facade. The
from
front side.
here, and then we're talking about that.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Were that in there?
No, sir.
What are the legalities of amending the zoning that's in place already without
Yeah,
advertising it? I think we're at,
Well, but isn't this for this entire?
No.
No,
no,
they only had rezoned this portion before, up to here. So what we've done tonight is back here.
Okay, I thought, and I'm totally
Yeah.
wrong, because that it pictured everything, that it was including everything. So the acreage that's, okay, so the description of the application is where?
this is a little bit easier to see. This is the 2003, I'm sorry. Let me do it this way. I can take the plastic off if we don't like that. This is the 2003 zoning application. This is the 2024.
So you're not addressing anything?
Nothing
No.
here. This was from there on.
Understood. I'm good. It's when it's all pictured, I'm thinking it's all.
Well, and I would completely agree with you if that portion was part of the reason.
Yeah,
I would agree with you, but since.
but I thought
we
since the
can't,
retention was going into the, I mean, the water flow,
we'll go to the back. What
well,
they
they
had-
said it flows to the front.
It's southwest.
The area south of, well, from the office south goes south. The area north that goes west, as I showed you earlier on the topo.
But the area that you were saying might be a retention pond is in the north area.
That's what I'm addressing in the.
And that's what
But-
we're
but-
addressing in the
But
zone.
I thought that some of the water from this area is going to flow to that other retention
I
pond.
don't think so. I think it'll all go west.
Okay, when you described it, that's what I thought you were saying, but I'm okay with it, I'm okay with it, so we can do it.
Okay, yeah, because there's a catch basin at the back of the building, and it catches
Sure
everything
does.
behind the building. There's a catch basin right here that catches everything in the back of this building. That goes into the storm, that comes to, that goes to this week, protect the pond crosses, goes that way, catches pond, and it outlets.
Mhm.
So there's a catch basin right here already.
So that whole thing that we.
This whole thing shoots this way.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, you ready?
Yes. That would be for Jeff.
This will be one for, okay.
That's the original sign.
Okay, then I will make a motion that we approve DZC application. 24-005 and all 15 exhibits. Along with all 15 exhibits, with later exhibits taking precedent over earlier exhibits. And approve this zoning request. So moved.
Second.
We'll cover everything.
Mhm.
Discussion? All over.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
And incidentally, I like the place. I like being,
You want that?
kids having a place to.
Yeah,
Okay, I just took a picture of it, so we can make a copy of it, thank you.
I appreciate it, and that's why I didn't get to meet you guys, because I'm kind of low key, I just,
Now you're wrapped.
thank you. Thank you again. and
Thank you.
You signed off on me in 2003.
Thank you. I just-
Sir.
I like all the clarity, yes.
Thank you.
I ran into a friend of mine who saw your dad the other day.
For Daisy, there you go.
Thank you for the compliments.
Oh, sure.
I think it would be a good thing, definitely for that
And I would love to talk to you some other time off there. I want to build soccer facilities back there.
Oh, now that would be, you can talk to me anytime about soccer.
I coached soccer for 25 years.
Did
I
you?
coached a big walnut for 6 years.
Oh, that's fantastic. I went to Ohio Dominican for soccer.
Did you?
Yeah, now I've switched to pickleball.
I hope that, but there's no money. It's hard to fund pickleball.
Well, now there's getting a lot more money if you get a membership. Well, whatever. We'll talk
But I like the ideals.
Yeah, talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Got some stuff to fill in.
Yeah.
That's easy. Signature's easy. Second one before you sign. As the decision date that's the commitment, no. The trustee decision date is 7/8. But what you're filling in is the initial, which is that.
That was
Oh.
six.
That's right.
Okay. And that's 7/8. There's a density or number of units. Okay.
No density is in the commercial, densities for residential.
How about that?
Don't think the world's gonna blow up.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay, next item, cemetery, this petition for Evergreen Cemetery. We're still working on getting that all in place. Part of the cost of making the pad, Bruce is going to dig down, locate the pipe and then, the plan will be drawn up from there, so we'll be able to work with it. Shipping container quotes, and all of that. Fiscal officer items, April, May, June, May,
Okay, Ken still hadn't signed the April because there was the $75 outstanding adjustment. We did contact UAN, talk to them for the May one, and we got that adjustment made. Now, the $75 adjustment that's on the April one is never gonna come off the April one. But we did remove the item. As you recall, the item was that there had been a hall rental where we only got $75, but it got entered as $150. The initial rent we got was $150, or we got was $75, but it should have been $150. That's where the $75 mistake was. 75, and it happened, the reason why it was a problem was it happened in 2023. This error occurred in 2023
Okay, now it makes sense.
and couldn't be fixed. We looked back at the January, February, March reconciliations. That $75 is on January, February, March, and December. Just say.
But now,
So- Now it's gone.
Okay,
May's
so,
gone.
so when it's adjusted, isn't it just adjusted one of the months and then it's been adjusted?
Yeah, I mean, it's now adjusted. We had somebody, UAN, tell us how to make that an adjustment so that the adjustment disappears from the reconciliation, so it's gone from the May reconciliation.
So that makes sense.
And I don't have June yet.
just put it on the list, that's what.
Yep. Payment list, do you, you got those, right?
It's in that list right there, Theo.
There was two of them actually.
Wrong list.
I ran off a whole bunch of them on Saturday or Sunday and then came today and I had about 10 more bills to pay, well, a bunch more bills to pay. So we went ahead and threw them on there. So there are 2 payment lists.
Nobody cashed their checks?
Yeah, they're still sitting there.
Yeah, they're still right here.
I'm gonna
I
take,
think they need your signature still.
I'm gonna take, yeah, I need those signed because one of them I gotta take to the treasurer's office no later than Wednesday.
Okay, we don't need to, yeah, we don't need to do that. You don't want us to sign that.
Not
Well,
sign
sign
it,
it,
but we approve it.
Yeah.
You make a motion for approval.
Okay.
I move that we approve, positive pay file report dated 7/8/2024 for an amount of $26,090.56.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
I move that we approve, positive pay file report dated 7/7/2024 for an amount of $11,738.68.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
I move that we approve positive pay file report dated 6/24/2024 for $53,285.
I think that one's already done.
Did we do that one earlier?
Oh, no, okay, that's, all right, that's the one check, that was the omnibus.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
I moved it, and I think the
Call
chair
the roll,
seconded.
please.
Sorry about that. Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay.
Next item is budget.
Working on the budget, earlier this year, I have to submit it, on the 20th. It's a little earlier, I guess. They want to give.
20th of July?
20th of July, yeah, 2 weeks from a week from Saturday. I have sent you an email, Claudia suggested.
Why do we have to submit it then?
They want to give the budget commission more time to make their deadline for getting the budget done at the parent level.
So I know that for fire, we're going to have to appropriate quite a bit of money in case the fire station needs.
Yeah.
I mean, we also have to address the spacing issue. I mean, potentially a storage building. We have to address pretty significant spacing issues that we're having.
So I think we need to put it in the budget, knowing that it probably won't happen
Next year.
next year. But I think it needs to be in the budget because if it's going to happen, we need the budget.
Spacing problem. Maybe a lot of that fire station would too. Any thoughts on what kind of number I should be throwing out?
No.
We don't.
I have the tech upgrade budget and it came in, it was the first estimate, but it came in at 50,000 for the tech upgrades.
I'm not sure what all was included in that, but.
It was like the whole revamp phase 2 to prep for fiber, get everything ready, go to one uniform system, laptops,
I don't have to have something tonight right now.
But that's not even, we have, it was worked like docking stations, the electrical to reroute things.
So we just need a budget number, we don't really have to actually say what's for. But, now how detailed do they want it? Do they want it by fund?
It will, yeah, it's what, this is the incoming budget. We don't have to provide this is what we plan to spend next year. But what we want for income is gonna be
Okay, because,
influenced by what I should put down on our amended certificate, or our certificate. It's gonna be influenced by that.
so, and actually for this, it's really the certificate. isn't it?
Yes.
they changed the rules, and to me, when they say budget, they don't actually mean budget, because they only really want to know the income.
One side.
So we need to know how much the zoning intends to bring in, how much,
Oh,
it's income, it's not expenses. It's
What?
not really a budget, but it's called a budget.
Oh, yeah, and that's right, what Claudia suggested, are we gonna need, no, is there gonna be a big expenditure before December 31 was what she said, yeah, those things we're not gonna probably spend. before
well, I had,
Certainly not the fire station.
I think 20 or 25,000 already budgeted for this year to address the station issues back there.
And for the fiber itself, that's 75,000.
Mm-hmm.
Will that
For,
be this year yet?
yes, that's this year. And, it's gotta be this year. And then you've got the $50,000 because we've gotta have the servers and things like that, so that's 75,000 plus 50,000.
On the subject of the fiber, I did talk to Steve Rose, he said, no, I don't need anything. He's waiting to hear something back from Tony Sacco, but he doesn't need any document from me at this point, so I said, okay.
Because what will happen, as I mentioned previously, is that we will have to know when the roads will allow us to bore so that we can get an estimate within 30 days so that they're on.
So we allocated that amount last year for fiber, so that's not unexpected. But it's an expense that we would have to do this year.
But you may not do that.
Yeah.
You can have it. They revert that.
Yeah. Okay.
But for fire, really on income, it's just the two levies.
I will be getting together with Claudia and putting together something to get submitted by the 20th.
Sounds good.
And our major purchase is gonna be the building. And there'll be, $300,000 for that.
For next year's budget.
For the budget.
For a new township building?
For the
Storage, cold
Oh,
storage.
for the storage.
Now, is that in this calendar year?
Pardon?
Is that this calendar year?
No, that would be budgeted for next year.
Yeah, that'd be next year. I don't think we'll end up.
Okay,
this year.
so, but he was more worried about allocation of monies for budgeting expenses this year
This year, yeah.
and income for next year.
Because part of the budget is what's left. Part of the income is what's left.
Carryover.
Kind of need to know how much, yeah, the carryover, I kind of need to know how much to be left. So Claudia suggests I find out if there's anything in the immediate horizon before the end of the year.
No, because the fire truck should be here, but obviously
But it
it's
won't.
not. Yeah. So there's a million.
I still don't understand how, even if they got more, requests, isn't our spot in line?
I thought so.
Line? So
That's what
like,
I thought.
so like I get that they had twice as many requests as what they expected, but our spot was there.
When things don't make sense.
There's a reason for it. And I would like to circle back on that with him because it still doesn't make sense. Our spot's our spot, right? So all those people that ended up joining after us that were not anticipated, are they not down that line?
Yeah,
And I,
but what's going on here, I think, is arts money is coming to roost.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have arts money to be trying to spend. And even though somebody may have had a truck, like $1 million truck, they could have easily put a change ordinance and make it a $2 million truck, which would make things dramatically different
Mm-hmm.
as far as people in.
And yeah,
And I think
that makes
I
sense.
think the arts money has, we're suffering with it. right now. And I think it's also showing up in the price, because the prices, suddenly they can get wherever they want to get, or because it all has to be spent by, ARP's money all has to be spent by the end of 96, or 26. So everybody's trying to get their money in to get it spent. And so there's going to be a real push to get
Those change, yeah,
bigger trucks and more trucks out
yeah,
between now and 26. At least that's the way I read it.
yeah,
Makes sense.
that does make sense.
I don't know how else to say it. Now, our house money, we've figured out how to take care of that. And we could live with holding off a little bit of time on the truck. The other thing, if we wanted to, is we could designate some of the ARP's money if we wanted to as part of the truck's expense.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's all spent.
Yeah.
I know. We're out.
I think
We're out.
that's a good
So
way
that's-
to handle that. Yeah. Okay,
And I'm not letting the vendors off a bit, but I think that's,
Mhm.
I think that's what we're.
So I'm okay with it being delayed, quite frankly, but I'm not okay with them changing the engine. And if I want them to give us what we asked for. And then if the timing really matters, then they need to do something to get us what we asked for.
Sure.
Because then they can just automatically boost the price because it is more expensive to make and it's less efficient in the sense of power.
And I would like to see us have a ladder truck, but I only want to see us have a ladder truck if we're going to use for a ladder truck. And if the business park gets annexed, like we haven't been able to keep stuff in it up there, then we may not have a whole lot of use for a big truck. Not that I want it that way.
I
don't
totally-
know. That's
totally
not-
understand.
It's not, I'm just reading what I'm saying coming down the line.
Because there's no sense having equipment we don't need. Because it's expensive to maintain, but it's also expensive to staff. I mean, expense, maintenance, and staff.
And cost. Mhm. Okay. Something else I forgot to mention on the cemetery. We've got,
we have one more fiscal officer item.
well, it's, the one item is, just for information. At the end of, the beginning of June, we were way ahead of the total number of funerals we had last year. So at the end of 5 months, we had already done more than we did last year in 12 months. So we're getting more people dying, and that's for Evergreen. Out here, it seems to be running about the same.
Have you guys mobilized the foundation for the sign and where you want that to go? I think that's anticipated for August.
No, we haven't got that. We're getting there.
One step at a time.
We get a lot done, but not everything. Let's come back to this. Okay. Does that answer your budget questions?
Yes,
And have you seen a first amendment certificate yet?
no,
Anything come-
no, that won't happen until I submit the budget on the 20th. That follows that process, that follows from that process.
On the income side, I mentioned that we had a donation.
Right,
It's a large donation, it's large enough that it'll show up in the budget, if that needs to be in there. And the letter that I received said it should happen this year,
okay.
before the end of the year. And that's $100,000. Okay. Assistant Fiscal Officer hours allowance.
As of the end of June, we had just about burnt through the 100 hours. Part of it was, I imagine, we had 10 or so, 11, whatever it was, special meetings. I spent a lot of time drafting minutes. Claudia frankly did a fair amount of the accounting work. I did learn it during that time and am now doing the bulk of it. I think I can get by without a lot of Claudia help, but there's new stuff like the budget, and there's gonna be new stuff in December.
How many hours you want?
How many hours is Claudia interested in? Because she had initially said.
Yeah. I haven't asked her that question specifically. She has not said anything that indicates to me, hey, you're done. I'm out of here.
You're on.
I think she likes, but she's happy to help. She's happy to help me, and
Why don't you ask her if she'd be willing to do another 100 hours? And
And I do think that where you will really need her is the last week of December,
Yeah.
first week of January. I don't know if she's interested in that, but that's when you need her.
Yeah.
That's a need. That's
I
almost,
expect that's absolutely right.
that's almost 80 hours if she'll work it with you. Of the 100, because I think really you can do everything else really for the most part. There's not that much new. But that end of the year and the beginning of the year is a nightmare.
why don't you ask her what she's willing to do and bring back a proposed number based on your conversation with her?
I would do that.
That's fantastic.
And you're not close to running out right now, right?
Yes, I am. She was here today. We were close to the 100 at the end of June. She was here today. That probably put her a little over. I told her, by the way, come on in, and if I don't get authorization to pay over the 100 hours, I'll pay.
Do you need a motion from us on any of this? I don't think you do from anything, and I support her.
We'll talk again in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think
I'll
that,
talk to Claudia and we will.
we'll
talk
pass the
in
motion in 2
weeks.
weeks, assuming that she wants to continue hours, and that'd be fine.
And what I really am interested in is how much she's available or willing to be available that last week of December, first week.
Sounds like it's going great though, so that's fantastic, and we certainly appreciate your assistance still.
Because if she's not one, then we gotta find an alternative for this. Because I don't wanna give 100 hours for just anything, but you really need something that,
Yeah, it
Well,
looks like it's a lot of work.
well, it's
It's just different too.
different. It's
Different animal.
and they give you step by step. And it actually is not that bad. However, if you skip one step, you have a mess to clean up. And it may say, oh, I know what I'm doing. And then if you don't do it exactly how they say it, you can't close the books. If you can't close the books, you can't open the books. If you can't open the books, you can't write a check.
He's speaking from experience.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whatever you need, let us know, we'll work with you on
Thank you.
it. I don't,
I feel better than I did 2 months ago.
That's all you can ask for.
It actually took me 4 months. And then I was very comfortable.
I'm not comfortable yet, but the nightmares have pretty much gone away. And I'm not joking.
I've been there. I got down to 2 hours sleep a night, and that was a nightmare.
we will help you any way we can, and I believe you're
Thank you.
making great progress, I really do.
Thank you.
It's, that's great, good. Anything else on that? Anything else for fiscal officer items? Trustee items, I don't have anything on natural disaster mutual aid for townships.
Mr. Chair, I believe Jesse was going to be following up with that. That's the orange invoice and FEMA and insurance. I'm not sure where any of that is, but as far as I know, that's an item that Jesse was following up on,
Okay,
and I assume that's still taking
okay,
place.
that's the one, that's what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, Jesse's following that, and we understand what we're trying to do.
Good.
Okay, so then I do that. Tech review and spacing in Township Hall.
This is my item. As I mentioned earlier, I requested an estimate from ClearPoint Technology for, basically what I would envision being the technological needs leading up to the fiber install and with our staffing growth. And the scope of work ended up coming to approximately $50,000, and it included basically the cleanup and organization of that rack room with the cabling and et cetera. We did basically a phase one where we didn't upgrade, but there still are a few lagging things. For example, if too many people are on their laptops in Township Hall, the speed does significantly slow down. And that's not necessarily anything that we can resolve without addressing some of the core issues. We've tried to do booster stations in different places. I know that helped with the roads department a little bit. But there's actually just a significant slowdown in speed if you just have any number of computers on it, on our network. And I'm pretty sure that we have our bandwidth is comparable to what we would need this building to be. So this would include that, new installation of new data jacks and wall plates where needed, reusing any existing data lines, but running new data lines, having a unified system, hardware and network and Wi-Fi. So it basically would all run on a single system. Right now, there's a few different components back there that it's feeding into. Set up and installation of all cabling around, set up and programming configuration of all equipment, 4 new laptops and 7 total customized laptops with 2 iPads, 1 for roads, 1 for zoning, and 8 computer monitors that's dual monitors for 4 new stations. So we would have the trustees, the township administrator, the cemetery, in the trustee's office, that's 3. And then 1 more new station set up in the zoning office, front zoning office. And then they would do all the maintenance and all that, the training. And they can also provide help desk support at an hourly rate of $75 during normal business hours. That might be the route to go in the long term because we are currently paying $400 monthly for the IT made real. And I think initially we were getting a really good value out of that because we were leaning heavily on them. But there's many, many months that we're not paying anything. We don't have any issues that will come up. So I'm not sure if that monthly $400 fee is worth it if we could go to an as-needed basis.
So with all this, my question is compatibility and non-duplication of what we are going to with the county.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind running this through Steve?
Yeah, that'd be great. What's the name?
Steve Lewis.
Steve Lewis.
And overall, find out the school.
Yeah.
I think his number is,
Yeah, I don't think we should say it all that.
good call.
I will follow up with Steve, and I think that would be excellent to coordinate and ensure that there's just that, yeah.
Because I'm okay with this if it's not duplicative and it's not contrary, because we may have, they are a little bit, not a little bit, they're picky about security.
Mhm.
Because we'll be on the county system, they don't want things to come infiltrate their system. And so this is probably exactly what they want, but if it's not, then what happened before?
Totally. I completely agree. I think that's a great suggestion. I'll follow up with Steve Lewis on this. You can leave it on there for now. We do need to address the spacing issue, with the zoning, inspector starting. He will resume the zoning inspector's desk, and then we'll have the assistant zoning inspector and the township operations specialist that currently right now just have their laptops and no real workstation. So I'd like to get at least 2 workstations up and running for them to be able to use from their, probably in the trustee's office.
I mean, that's okay, but it's a little awkward for them because they'll have to run back and forth to communicate. Although sometimes it's good to be away from somebody so it can actually work.
Yeah.
But it's got its pros.
Yeah. There is a spot I'm thinking maybe the township operations specialist could work from against that back wall when you first walk in the door, right next to the door. But the seat would end up being in the middle of the doorway. And so that
That might be a safety issue,
that doesn't really,
and it'd be very cool.
yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Let's keep that on the agenda. I did also receive quote for just 4 laptops, for the custom built Lenovo, that's IBM series that was recommended. They do come in at $2848 per laptop for a total of $11,000. I don't think we need that power. I think we can get a really good HP for somewhere closer to $1,500. And then that would of course be for us and the zoning inspector. And then our laptops, we can revamp and have them be utilized for, like, we have one zoning commission member that does not have a laptop assigned to him. And we can use those for the VZC, VZA, and still keep those in cycle for those, because those are fine for those purposes. It's just when we have something more robust, like what we have to engage with. And then my assumption is that, Jeff, you don't need anything with respect to.
UAN provides this.
Yeah.
So, and it's fine for now.
Yeah,
And then mine, I'm good, thank you.
okay.
Between-
If that changes, do let me know. Not a problem.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, that's all for that item.
Okay, and includes trustee zoning file.
Yeah, we have a couple of items with respect to that. Looks like we received the revisions for Oak Park that we're gonna hear on the 22nd. And then also, received the documents for BZC case 21-003, the Buckeye Swim Club. That was heard recently, and it looked like it was denied from the BZC on the, trying to find what date it was. On the 11th of June, which means, that can't be right, right? This is actually denied. I don't see, you guys, oh. Okay. It was the 11th of June.
So we'll need to hear it in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, are we, do we have anything on the agenda for the 22nd, Jeff?
I don't believe so.
Oak Park's on the agenda, right?
Yes, Oak Park, and we're gonna have a structural engineer.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to travel on North End, but yeah.
Well, at least call.
Yeah, we have a 7 o'clock for Oak Park.
Okay, do we want to do this at 8 o'clock? Daytime certain, 8:30?
If we do it 8:30, we'll definitely get to it. I don't see us getting out before 8:30. So
Okay,
Do I have to get this advertised? in the-
yeah, you'll have to advertise it.
I don't think I have. Okay, yeah, I can get that from Kat.
So what's the chance of going line or is it?
This is, remember, you may recall that they came in to request if it was a minor or major change, and we said it would be a major change. So this is what this is coming around as. Yes. 2 were for and 3 were against. So, move to accept exhibits 1 through 6 for BZC case 21-003 Buckeye Swim Club.
Second.
Call the roll when you get a chance.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Move to set date, time, place certain for BZC case 21-003 Buckeye Swim Club to July 22nd at 8:30 PM Eastern Standard Time, located at 3271 Cheshire Road.
You need real estate.
Second.
I'm following.
You're right. You can put daylight savings time. It was a
Call
joke.
the roll when you get a chance.
Yeah. Standard time. Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
set hearing.
Okay, and
It's 8 o'clock, right?
8:30.
8:30.
8:30 on 7/22/24.
Okay, and you got another thing was involving the truck loader, the brakes weren't working on it. And we took it down to Orange Township, they put the brakes on the truck.
Oh, okay.
And
Thank you, I didn't realize that.
Gotta go on an emergency basis, so a little bit less than $1,000.
Okay, so, do we have a stand-in, do I need to do any, a motion for that?
We don't need a motion because it was an emergency repair.
Okay,
When we know what it is, we'll come back and.
yeah,
Exactly what it was.
that's fine, thank you, I didn't even realize that. And then the zoning inspector does start on Monday. Jeff, do we have any laptops available currently for this?
Not in my room.
So do you have like a listing, because I think we had 20 purchased. Do you have a listing of who has what numbered laptops?
Somewhere I've got an inventory here.
Because I'm thinking maybe we didn't recover a laptop or two, and if we didn't, we should.
Yeah.
And then otherwise, I will need to purchase a laptop for Levi by Monday. So, yeah. I don't really want to go with that one, though.
Yeah, quite frankly, after our experience with Lenovo,
I'm not,
they may be fine, but I haven't had a good, for what I needed it for, it was not good.
I am a fan of HP myself.
I think that's fine, I think Dell's fine.
That was okay.
I've had no luck with both of these.
I think our current computers are HPs, aren't they?
I've got the inventory here, or I'm not sure how to.
You
Every
should
single
also,
thing we have, I'm not sure how to find.
you should also have the passcodes too.
Yeah, I have. To go through them one by one is gonna take a while, let me figure it
Why
out.
don't I just do this? Why don't I, maybe I can appropriate up to $1,500 to HP.com for the purposes of,
You could do it as a blanket,
I can do blanket.
so just say for what it's for, the amount. And then it's a blanket certificate.
Move to appropriate up to $1,500 for the purposes of purchasing a laptop for the zoning inspector, with a, blanket indication. It's
You're
a
gonna
blanket
have
certificate.
software loaded and everything, about purchasing it, it's gonna be a complete unit, or do we have to put the labor and stuff on?
The labor, we'll have to install some things for it, that would be through IT Drill, he put it on there.
Okay, so it's not the same place. Okay, gotcha.
Well, the nice thing about a blanket is you can do it to more than one thing.
Friendly amendment, go up to 2,000 on that with all the licensing and stuff like that.
So you're okay with those?
Okay, second?
Call the roll, please.
Bullard.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
So that will come out of zone fund.
That will come out of zoning, and then I'll bring back, a fuller picture for the other laptops next.
We need to put anything on the service contracts to get it built up.
No, IT Drill, that's already part of our
Okay.
agreement with them.
Gotcha.
And I'll get you an inventory of these laptops.
Okay, that's fantastic. No rush, since I can get him his laptop at least,
Set
but
myself in.
great, thank you.
Okay, Jeff. How many houses are we at now?
I don't have the report.
Just
from last
guess.
one. I think we were at 116 last one, so I would imagine we're probably somewhere around 130 now.
Because there was a great deal of greenery came in, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
There were probably 15 permits that I did in the memos, or
Yeah,
receipts.
I put us about 130, 135 now. Okay, that's all for zoning,
Okay, that's why you go for zone.
yes.
Okay, collective bargaining units.
I thought we were ready to sign tonight. There is one appendix that they want to have more precise. So, and I'm okay with that. I really am. So it's not just the holiday, but you know, because you work a 24-hour shift, when is that holiday? You know, so 6 a.m. to, so it's delineated. That needs to be done. But to my knowledge, everybody is in agreement, but we need the I's dotted and the T's crossed. I thought we had it for tonight, but we don't, so.
One thing I would maybe like to have is, just like a high-level summary of
The changes.
the changes from Regenhoff. Is that something that you want to reach out to, or should I?
Probably.
Okay.
No.
And I would want it to be like pretty specific as this is where it's at, this is where it is now.
Got it.
Because I think that would be
And
helpful.
that'll cost, but I have no problem with that because it's good to know.
Well, and I think it's a good communication piece to ensure that everyone's on the same page with previous state, current state, future state.
Got it.
Less than one page. Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that too? I'm good with that. Are you okay with that too?
Summary statement.
Okay, and so you saw it, put the newsletter in that, does it make sense? Okay, so. Evergreen trees, nothing update, sign donations was in the newsletter. And then, rules, I don't have any update at this point.
You had made pretty significant progress on those rules updates. You had it edited, so if you need any help, maybe, like in a month or so, Jenna might be able to transcribe some of that and put some hours into the cemetery if you need any help on logistical stuff.
I gotta get a diagram down, so I got it all figured out.
Yeah, I'll get
But it's- Okay, Cheshire Road widening easements and fiber. We talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about, do you have anything?
Yeah, that's why I put it on, what I already told you.
But if we could, put it on for the August meeting, because I won't have anything for this meeting, next meeting, but, hopefully there will be something additional in August, but we'll see then.
Okay, Parks and Trails updates.
Two brief updates. One was Evans Farms met with the president of Parks and Trails, and I believe he also had a conversation or something planned with the Y to follow up on some of those discussions, which was initially intended to be done on the orange side. But I don't have any specific information there. The second update is the vice president of Parks and Trails met with what I thought was a brainstorming session on exploring the establishing of a joint parks district with Sunbury and Berkshire. This was, at least my understanding was, let's get together and talk about it. So I had the Parks and Trails representative there. It turns out that Mayor Joe St. John was there, Tyler Lane was there, a consultant was there. And it seemed like it was a lot more mature than what we were aware of at the time. And they had a plan ready, just wanted to know who was going to fund it. And they agreed to the proposal that it was based on per capita, that it would be funded, which then would cost Berlin Township. And so I'm going to follow up with Tyler Lane on that. I obviously know what our answer is to this. I thought it was just a, kind of exploratory thing, but they seem a lot more serious and a lot more down the road than I thought. And that's fine, they can do that, but that's, we're not going to be
Rushed.
we're not also not going to be the primary contributors.
Amen, you know that's.
Because frankly, there's more funding sources that the city of Sunbury has access to. than we have access to.
They have income tax.
Exactly.
So, but I do have a question.
Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions forward too.
So what is it that they're really asking? Are they asking for a joint district?
It sounded like they want to create a joint district. They want to hire consultants to plan the location, plan what it would involve. And so the upfront cost, immediate ask was, who's paying the consultants to come up with the plan?
Okay, so you're right, this is much too mature because I'm trying to get back to what is a district
Mhm.
first. So my understanding of how a district is we vote for it, they vote for it, it's established, and then it's an entity of its own.
Mhm.
And that concerns me a great deal. And then my understanding was, it was property tax that funded it, because they could put anything on the ballot that they wanted, because they're a new entity. And that's what scares me. And what I wanted to know was, can we limit the scope of what they do? Because if they're a new taxing authority that can do whatever they want, I'm not gonna vote for that. But if we can limit the scope,
Yeah,
then I'll listen.
perfectly
I
fine
got
with that.
a different, how about preservation parks? How couldn't they have this be a subset of preservation parks? Because preservation parks does it for the whole county. Preservation parks is the people that are there, has access to the funds to go after it, to do all that sort of thing. They're used to doing that. And there could be a preservation parks, which is there now, and a preservation parks trails and the committee.
Well, yeah, and I can say that with preservation parks, this would be a joint recreational district. Preservation Parks does not engage in any of the active outdoor sports. That's contrary to their mission. So they don't have soccer fields they manage. They're about preservation. They're not about recreation.
So,
And they're pretty specific about that.
well, that's because they don't want to change.
They don't want the responsibility.
Yes.
And the responsibility should be there, because they're a countywide organization. They're the only ones that's got that countywide view of things and can tie everything together in the county. And I know that it's not something that they want. I know it's not an easy decision for them. They're the ones that should be doing it.
Well, or some subset of them, because, I mean, they're really focused on preservation conservation, which I do acknowledge is completely distinct from recreation.
It is.
It's a nice cushy design.
It is.
And that's not to take anything away from them. They do great work.
Oh, right.
But they have, I have approached a few members before in terms of looking at it from a recreation standpoint and trying to fill gaps, and have had that very specific, that their mission is not recreation.
So this consultant they envision, what is it that the scope of their work are they envisioning? Because it sounds like they're coming up with a plan, wanting us to fund it and not be part of the plan of what is being discussed.
It's called another cushy position.
They would be coming up with a plan. That's all I knew, because I didn't attend the meetings. I didn't realize,
Where they were headed.
yeah, that was the first meeting to my knowledge, but it doesn't,
Sound like
it did not sound like it to the representative for Pearland Township.
But are they wanting trails? Are they wanting soccer fields? Are they wanting wide? What do they want?
It sounded like there was something in the works related to like, community center, central space, but then also policy.
So I'm not 100% opposed,
Yeah,
but I think that Sunbury, Berkshire, Berlin, Genoa, Orange, all four meet at a corner. If you got all four of those, and it's based on property value, it would be great. Because it wouldn't be that much at all. Because Genoa and Orange have a tremendous base, and they like parks. And so they would vote for it, I believe. And then the centralization would not be in the middle of Berkshire. The centralization would be Plum, Trustees, and K. That all makes sense to me. It's far away from where I live, but for the township, that makes sense for me.
Yeah.
But I get back to limiting the scope.
Yeah.
If it is for a community center, one community center, and it's defined ahead of time, I might go there. But if they can do whatever they want, they can make 5 community centers, or they can do soccer fields and baseball fields and rugby fields and cricket fields, and all of a sudden, it's not limited in scope, and it's a monster that can grow. And
That's a monster that may not be enjoyed by the majority of people.
well, and you know, people have agendas, and so if their kids are in baseball, then everybody's gotta do baseball, and if they're into soccer, everybody's gotta do soccer. Or the pool, you know.
I think the pool has been the only universal request. Like, that's the thing that tons of residents say, just add a pool, just add a pool, just add a pool.
Now,
Because they think that there's something beneficial, like from a township running the pool. And unfortunately, Orange, you know, it's not a very, you know, you're not in it for profit, but you also don't want to have profit loss.
understood. Now, the thing about Orange's pool is it's clear over here, so they might like one over on the other side. But another problem with the pool, besides liability, which we haven't talked about, but it's got huge liability because, you know, 20 years ago, they closed basically, I don't know if it was 20 years ago, but there was a period of time, they almost closed every pool because there was such liability issues.
Right.
But the second issue, because I go to the Y, they can't get lifeguards, and so it's closed all the time, but it's oftentimes closed. Because if you don't have a lifeguard, and if you don't have a lifeguard, why do you have an expensive pool?
A lot of times the police protection and all that sort of stuff. And they think they need that pool, but you do. And if you remember, was it Powell that had the bad water? And made everybody sick for 3 months or something. So,
I think that was right, I don't know if it's right, but I think it's right.
I thought it was Powell, but it was in someplace bigger.
I mean, I think it's an amenity that a lot of residents would like to partake in, and it's worth exploring, but definitely all these things that you all are bringing up would need to be discussed, addressed, you know, accounted for. And Orange had approached us separate from a couple years ago, separate from Berkshire and Sunbury, and they did want to do something joint with us to address your exact situation. Because the pool is all the way down there, they wanted to have something up here and thought it might be good to collaborate with Berlin and have something around that Evans Farms area over a little bit.
Well, even though I really get along with Berkshire, Orange makes more sense. But if we could get Genoa, Orange, Berkshire, Sunbury, and Berlin, and put something at the corner there, that makes sense to me too.
Well, I'll take these notes, and good feedback, and obviously I'm gonna follow up with, I wanted to meet with you all tonight and then follow up with Tyler, because it didn't seem like, you know, it was like, hey, let's talk about this, okay. And then it seemed like it was a little bit more mature, so, definitely take this information back, appreciate that. That's all for Parks and Trails.
Okay, next, anything else on Parks and Trails?
No.
Township administrator updates.
We continue to engage in the search. I would like to enlist Diane McDowell's assistance in this search moving forward as we get closer and closer to, you know, wanting to narrow in on qualified candidates and address any issues that may come up to ensure that we have qualified candidates. So I've asked Diane to put together a proposal for this position. I'll bring it to the next meeting. And I think it's well worth the investment because township administrator is somebody that you want to ensure you have the right candidate, and we might need to do some things a little bit differently to do that.
Understood.
Access management plan. I've got a meeting on 24th, it's 24th or 26th. Fourth, I believe, with county engineer and Sunbury at the county engineer's office on access management plan.
Great.
So we'll see where that goes.
So is that specific for the instance, or are we talking management plan in general?
The management plan, John,
Okay, good.
that's what we're talking about. Probation period for new employees, employee handbook.
Oh, yes, this is just an FYI, as we will be looking at, revisions and standard review of the employee handbook, once the collective bargaining is complete, that I think that we need to address a standardization of the probationary period, articulation of it, and come to a decision of the board of what we would like those kinds of probationary periods to look like moving forward, whether we divide that out based on positional responsibilities, something like that. And then also with that is, I'd like us to just have on our radar to explore looking at paid holiday time and management of vacation and sick as well.
It'll be an interesting discussion.
Look forward to it.
Okay. Future meetings. I've got a meeting on this Thursday with Morrissey, the 24th on Sunbury, and then Thursday evening is the Preservation Parks music presentation at Gallup Park.
Oh, yeah.
First one of the year. And if you get on the Preservation Parks website, or I think it's also on Source Point 7 website, you can see who the entertainers are, what the music is. 7 o'clock to 8:30, hour and a half. They usually have food and things like that. It's a nice thing to go to. If the weather's nice, it's beautiful just to take a lawn chair and go sit out and listen.
That's fantastic.
I suggest, okay. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Dawn, or Diane, do we have any motions follow to our earlier executive meeting? Or any follow-up we need to do?
Would we want to have Trustee O'Brien serve as the authorized representative on our behalf to outreach
That's fine, because he's the liaison for that.
for fire?
You guys make a motion. I'll second it.
I got it, yeah. Move to authorize Trustee O'Brien to make an offer to Brian Taylor for the fire chief position on behalf of the board, and make any necessary arrangements there.
Second. Do we need to put any numbers on that?
I don't think so yet, because this is just preparing the offer, and it's not, we're not doing a formal resolution to
Okay.
appoint, and then,
Any other discussion? Call the roll, please.
Well, just discussion. I think it is important that we have the right people in the right place, and I think we've had very good candidates apply, and I'm glad that we have a good selection to choose from.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I heartily agree with that. Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then another one that I have is trash contract. Time to follow up on that. I talked with Tyler Lane, and I talked with, actually Tony Sacco today, and we're getting a bid together and be able to bid the contract and get that information. It hasn't gone out yet, but it should go out for long.
Okay.
And he's gonna be unavailable for about a week.
Tyler,
Tony is.
Tony, okay. With regards to the contract, I was hoping that we could explore maybe not the mandating of a weekly pickup for recycling, But, perhaps if there were other options, such as if certain residents want to pay more for a weekly pickup, could they be charged separate? You know, like there's those kind of extenders that they can put on.
We've tried that in the past, tried having different rates for different things, and the trash haulers have been adamantly opposed to it.
Mhm.
They want, and the thing that we've been going through recently with the new development is just getting people on board, because we have new addresses and new houses, and
Right.
getting lucky to figure out that, hey, yeah.
They
those
are in
people
the
really
township, they are
going
living there, yeah.
And it's difficult to, I mean, they deal with 1,000 different locations.
Right. Well, if you wouldn't mind asking the question, because we're getting enough questions from residents who, if they really want it and they're willing to pay for it, is there something that we can do about it to have it, you know, maybe at a discounted rate, but it's done separately? I just want to know what the options are so that we can do our due diligence and making certain that we're providing everybody with what they want. I certainly don't want to have everyone carry the weight who, you know, if the majority of our township is perfectly fine with every other week recycling, you know, then that's great. I don't want to have them have to carry the weight of weekly recycling. But if there's an option that we can provide for those who do want it weekly, I also would really like to explore that. for
So
those
what
folks.
I think I'm hearing is asking for an alternate bid, so that they don't not bid because that's in there. So they bid the contract, and then an alternate bid is if.
You know, the things that, it'd be things that we would like to have and.
Yeah.
comment on.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get something, we'll talk to them about it, see what we can get.
So I'm not opposed to that, but if the other townships aren't for that, then I don't want to cause a rift on it, because I like the contract that we have.
And right now, we've got a senior discount, so maybe we could come up with
I didn't know we had
a
a
junior
senior discount.
surcharge.
So what's the qualification for seniors?
You gotta be 65.
I don't qualify.
Hey, now you have a good birthday next year.
You know, at ARP, I think it's 50 or something like that. Once they get your name and address,
You can't
they'll
go
know
over
everybody.
that.
But that's where we're at on the trash contract, and that's moving forward toward bidding and that sort of thing. So it's not like we're not doing anything on it.
Yeah, and I appreciate your follow-up on that too.
Any other future meetings? Okay, how about, that's got late items?
So for myself, it's not really late item, but what I would like to have put on the agenda for next week, and if you all won't mind looking, I think the prosecutor's office sent us an email, I believe like May 8th, and that's regarding the marijuana distribution. And I would like us to consider that resolution at our next meeting.
So trustee Ed, marijuana,
And so if you could print that out so that, for that meeting.
If I understand it correctly, there's one place in Delaware County.
So this is my understanding, not my knowledge. There's one place in Delaware County that has medical marijuana. And they are allowed to apply for the recreational marijuana. And there's a certain length of period of time. And then people can apply, just
Anybody can apply.
anybody can apply. And they can have as many as they want if we don't say that we don't want it in our township.
Do we not want it full sale, or do we want to limit it to one or two only?
So I don't know that you can limit it to one or two. However,
I thought you could.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying I don't know. But I do know that once they apply and you don't have a resolution, they get it. And so,
Well, I was sent an email today, from Fathom Realty, indicating if we will be permitting the state of indicating if they will be permitting the sale of recreational marijuana, and wanted to see what Berlin Township has decided on the subject. So I received that today.
Well, I mean, we could, if you want to, we can actually do it tonight.
Really, I believe we did a resolution 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, but this is specific.
This is a specific one. It's at every.
Didn't we get sent a template resolution?
Yes, I think it's May 8th, isn't it?
I just forwarded that email to
Okay.
the trustees.
So, I mean, I'm willing to adopt it tonight so you can answer the person, because I hate leaving people hanging
Yeah.
if we know what we're doing.
I'm willing to adopt it, but, I would feel better if it had been on the agenda so that anybody that was interested could comment if they wanted to. Because there may be some people that want to comment on it.
Well, the thing is, we can always rescind it, but what we can't do is go back and
Adopt something away, that's right.
The authorizes townships, whether zoned or unzoned, to prohibit or limit the number of medical marijuana cultivators, processors, or retail dispensaries.
So I want to, okay, this is really what I think. I would want to not allow it. And then later on, if we find out, maybe we should, we can reconsider it. But I don't like,
It being just out there for whoever, however, and so we could,
because I don't know if you can limit some of this without limiting all
this one's written for prohibiting the
of it.
use.
Yeah, and that's what I'd want to adopt for now.
I'm okay with that generally, but there is that Ron's point that,
Well, here's my comment. We adopt it tonight, and then if somebody comes, we can put it on the agenda and we can consider rescinding.
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that, Ron?
Okay, so I move a resolution to prohibit adult use cannabis operators and medical marijuana cultivators, processors, and retail dispensaries within the unincorporated areas of Berlin Township.
Second.
If you wanted that in the,
It's what you said.
just what the letter says?
Well, it's
It's
the.
not the
resolution.
letter, the resolution at the end of the letter.
Yes.
There's a resolution.
Oh, okay.
So you just gotta fill that in.
Any discussion?
I say I echo, I think that the compromise is good in the sense that we start with nothing and then we do have it on the agenda so that those who do want to have a comment, see that it's on our agenda, we can thoughtfully consider, resident feedback and other items and other research and other interpretations of this issue, and then be able to open it up if needed, as needed, when needed, as opposed to just shutting it down or just having it full sail open.
Okay, can I make a friendly amendment, which would be to authorize fiscal officer to fill in all the blanks?
Yes.
With appropriate information, for sending this to the prosecutor.
Okay, so on this resolution that's at the end of Ms. Schiffel's letter, that's what it is.
Yes.
I'm filling it out.
And now you'll add to the resolution and authorize the fiscal officer to complete the necessary information and send along with prosecutors.
And then submit to the prosecutors,
Okay, any other discussion? Call the roll, please.
Brown.
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Glad we addressed that issue, thank you.
And I'd like to say that this is in support of the resolution that we did several years ago. That's what this does, is just updates it.
Yeah. And could you please put this on the next agenda
Yeah, it's on.
already? Okay.
Yeah, that's how the conversation started out, put it on the agenda. So it's under trustee items, recreational marijuana distribution. You want me to word it differently?
No.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay,
I have two quick items. One is the newsletter. It's complete. Edits are done. It's going to be sent to the printer tomorrow. Okay.
do you need money for the postage?
No. I think all of it's already squared away. I think it was already done back in March when we were. Initially, and then also, I attended the Preservation Parks fundraiser. It was really well done. We have a member of our, the chair of the BZC serves on the board of directors for Preservation Parks, and just wanted to say that the work that's being done there was phenomenal, and I think there's definitely a lot of potential for the Preservation Parks to be able to help out in different ways to help the community, serve the community. That's all.
Anything else?
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Everyone, please. Ron, please, sign too.